Existentialism for Dummies. Christopher Panza, Ph.D. and Gregory Dale. Introduction. Existentialism is the philosophy of existence, of the nature of human existence, its value, and its meaning. Because questions about existence have very little interest when people exist as rotting corpses, existentialism is really the philosophy that studies what it is to be alive. It isn't defined so much by any unified answer to this question, but by the way in which it rejects traditional answers to questions concerning the meaning and value of human life, and the way that it insists that such questions are real and that the lack of any real answer is a problem. Existentialists, both theist and atheist, reject not only traditional religious systems that attempt to systematically provide pat answers, but also the possibility of any ultimate answers. They insist that even if a God and a heaven exist, the meaning of this life and how you should live will always be open questions, requiring decisions you must face as an individual. Because existentialism considers the questions to be important, it seeks a way of living with the fact that no answers will be forthcoming. The French existentialist Albert Camus says the fundamental question of philosophy is that of suicide, of whether life is worth living. Although not all the existentialists approach the question from this exact vantage point, it illustrates a widely held theme. While traditional religious and ethical systems ask, "How should I live?" the existentialists' more fundamental question is, "How can I live?" If life is meaningless, if the inherited stories aren't valid, how can you even approach the question of how you should live? How can human beings hungry for meaning live and flourish without giving in to despair when no meaning is provided to them? About this book. Although this book is about the philosophy of existentialism and about the philosophers who developed it, it isn't a book for philosophers. It's for you. We try to strike a balance in writing and structure. We want to meet the needs of the student who's encountering these issues in a classroom setting, as well as the needs of the interested layperson who's encountering them in real life. For both, we provide what we hope is an easy-to-read introduction in which we attempt to explain the often complex theories of the existentialists in plain, easy-to-understand language. Existentialism is a philosophy that attempts to be relevant to real people and real lives, and we attempt to present the material in such a way as to highlight its relevance to your own life. We expect that many of the ideas we present here will resonate with your own thoughts and concerns. Although we encourage you to dive into the rich world of existential philosophy, literature, and even movies, none of that is required. Each chapter and each section stands on its own, independent not only of the other chapters, but also of any knowledge of existentialism or philosophy in general. Everyone's welcome, come on in. Conventions used in this book. Philosophy is a very precise discipline, and writing about philosophy normally requires endless caveats and multiple subclauses and clarifications that would make even a lawyer's head swim. To make a book about the existentialists readable, we have to gloss over certain distinctions, and to keep you from hunting us down and killing us, we avoid endlessly bringing up the fine print. But with that in mind, we use the following conventions throughout the book. The use of the term existentialism. Many people reject the notion of a unified school of thought by this name. One of the things the writers we deal with tend to have in common is that they reject the usefulness of isms and would reject the notion that they were part of one. We feel it makes perfect sense to speak of existentialism as a school of thought, a philosophy, or even a movement as long as you understand that we aren't using the term to imply a definitive statement of what existentialism is or of what its proponents accept or believe. Rather, when we talk about existentialism, we refer to a set of overlapping themes and concerns that unite what we recognize are often, in many respects, vastly different philosophical positions. The use of the term existentialists. Each of the writers we deal with was fiercely independent, and many of them explicitly rejected the label. Again, we feel each of the philosophers we discuss in the book qualifies as an existentialist, by virtue of addressing a common family of concerns. Phrases like the existentialists believed and existentialism holds, to the extent that existentialism exists at all, it exists at the intersection of, and in the overlapping content of, the thoughts of these various philosophers. Sometimes when presenting the big picture, however, we gloss over the differences among them. When we use phrases like these, you can be assured that a general tendency of those we call existentialists is to believe some version of the idea we ascribe to them as a group. Be warned, however, that with just about any general statement about this group, at least one member of the group will disagree entirely, the rest likely will agree in some sense but disagree on the fine print. Never assume from statements like these that all the existentialists believe exactly that in exactly that way. One philosopher at a time. What the existentialists have in common are themes and concerns, such as anguish, passion, individuality, and death. In approaching these themes, we usually emphasize one philosopher at a time. For example, we focus on Nietzsche when dealing with individuality and Kierkegaard when dealing with passion. We feel this format has the advantage of focusing the discussions on these topics while giving you quality time with each philosopher. These discussions are a good way to help you get your head around the subject and understand one philosopher's point of view. Just don't assume that the philosopher we choose represents the final or definitive word of the existentialists on that topic. The use of both past and present tense, like all important movements, existentialism was both of its time and timeless. It reached its zenith in the past, and its greatest thinkers lived, and died, in the past. We give you this kind of historical information in past tense, but because existentialism is still very much alive for us, we refer to its themes and the writings of the great philosophers in the present tense. Foolish assumptions. Philosophers are trained to avoid assumptions, but Nietzsche said to live dangerously, so we went nuts. Here are some of the things we assume about you. We assume at least one of these things is true about you. If even one is true, this book was written for you. You don't wear black all the time, and you have better things to do than spend all your time drinking coffee, chain smoking, and cursing an impotent God. You've heard the word existentialism thrown around a lot but aren't really sure what it is and what it's all about. You're curious, and you want to know more. You're a student enrolled in a class, and you need to learn about existentialism as a whole, a particular thinker, or a particular existential theme. You know about one or more of the existentialists, and you want to learn more about him or her and the movement he or she was part of. You're interested in art, film, literature, history, cultural studies, philosophy, psychology, European history, or one of the numerous other fields of human endeavor upon which existentialism has had an impact, and you want to go to the source to learn more about it. You've at some point questioned the meaning of your life or how to live, or you've wondered whether there's anything more. You're a Christian, Hindu, atheist, Jew, or agnostic, or you have any other belief or concern about what's ultimately true and ultimately real. You saw that Brad Pitt movie in which a bunch of guys beat one another up and want to know what the point was. You exist. Part 1. Introducing Existentialism. In this part, we give you a short historical introduction to existentialism and its major thinkers. Discover who they were and why they were so important to its development. Part 2. The fundamental problem: God is dead. In many respects, existentialism is a response to a collection of problems that confront you as you try to live a fulfilling and meaningful life. The chapters in this part deal with recognizing and defining these problems. We examine Nietzsche's statement that God is dead, a statement that's about far more than just God, as the fundamental statement of the challenges you face. We investigate how God was killed, who's to blame, and what it really means. People feel horrible about this statement and what it means, so we discuss those feelings. Have a good cry if you want, but it isn't necessary. Finally, we discuss what kind of world you face now that God has turned up deceased and why the problem this statement represents exists not just for atheists, but for believers as well. Part 3: Living a Meaningful Life in a Meaningless World. If the existentialists just moped and cried over everything, they'd never have been invited to any parties. Much of the existentialists' work was devoted to finding ways of living, and even flourishing, in a world with the problems we describe in Part 2. Part 3 is a collection of these methods, insights, and solutions. Consider it our description of their how-to guide to healthy and satisfying living. Part 4: The Enduring Impact of Existentialism. In this part we examine the impact existentialism has had on philosophy and psychology. We examine why the impact on psychology has been so profound, why its impact on academic philosophy hasn't been altogether great, and what this means for its overall legacy and significance. Part 5: The Part of Tens. Every For Dummies book has a part of tens, and we wouldn't dream of leaving it out of this one. For ours, we decided to focus on what makes existentialism so accessible and relevant, namely, the way it finds its way, intentionally or unintentionally, into non-philosophical, popular work. So we list 10 terrific books and 10 great films that deal with existential themes. Where to go from here? This book is arranged like an existential smorgasbord. Go where you want, take what you want. If you know nothing about existentialism at all, you may want to take a look at the first chapter. To find out who the players are and what they were doing, check out Chapter 2. Or try a sampling from Part 2 to see what problems existentialism is trying to tackle. Or just jump into a chapter that looks interesting. Don't be afraid, you don't need to know any of the other stuff to understand what's going on. If you're a student, check out the table of contents to see what chapters deal with the thinkers or issues you're studying. Don't see what you're looking for? Need more? Check out the index, and find out everywhere we talk about Nietzsche, anguish, or lasagna. Most of the major names have at least one chapter devoted to their thinking, but they also crop up in various other places. So where do you go from here? As Sartre might say, you're free, so choose. Part 1. Introducing Existentialism. In this part, many ideas past and present are described as existential, but we use existentialism to refer specifically to a philosophical movement that came about in Europe in the late 19th century and achieved its zenith in the early to mid-20th century. Here we put that movement into its philosophical and historical context, and introduce the individual thinkers who developed existential philosophy. Because these thinkers were so diverse and idiosyncratic, using the term existentialist to describe them all is somewhat controversial. We discuss the commonalities in their thinking that link them all together, if somewhat loosely, and the individual contributions of each philosopher that make him or her so important to existentialism. Chapter 1. What is existentialism? In this chapter, discovering what existentialism is. Understanding that existentialism is a philosophy. Seeing existentialism in an historical context. Existentialism is the philosophy that makes life possible. As incomplete as this statement seems, when you understand what it means you're well on your way to understanding what existentialism is all about and what the existentialists saw themselves as doing. But if existentialism is the philosophy that makes life possible, you may ask why you need a philosophy for that. Doesn't oxygen do a pretty good job? Yes, quite good, if all you want to do is breathe. According to the existentialists, however, you want to live a full and authentic human life, a rewarding and fulfilling life that embraces your human dignity. For that, they say, you need, at a minimum, oxygen and a healthy dose of existentialism. To understand why, it may help to consider that many philosophies come about as responses to a problem. Necessity is, after all, the mother of invention. On a very general level, the problem the existentialists were concerned with was the problem of meaning. Human beings crave meaning, they crave an orderly universe that they can make sense of. When you find that the universe isn't going to cooperate, when you discover that the stories you've told yourself in an attempt to force it to have meaning have ceased to work, you feel like you're a stranger in the world. This historical circumstance is precisely the one that the existentialists found themselves in. As the scientific and industrial revolutions came to a head in the 19th century, and society became increasingly secularized, the traditional social order underwent radical change in a very short time. During this period, people began to feel disconnected from the traditional belief systems that had helped them make sense of the world and of their lives. In these conditions, people may not literally commit suicide, but a kind of spiritual death, a spiritual suicide, becomes a very real danger. It occurs when people give up to resignation and surrender in the face of what they see as the pointlessness of their existence. Existentialism is the philosophy that recognizes this problem and attempts to address it. If you want to spruce up the description we start with, you might say that existentialism is the philosophy that makes an authentically human life possible in a meaningless and absurd world. Because the existentialists were fiercely independent and differed widely in both their precise analyses of this problem and in the details of their responses, presenting a more detailed definition, one that's both illuminating and accurate, is hard to do. What unites the existentialists, besides the problems of meaning and existence with which they all wrestled, is a series of themes and concerns that informed their discussion of these issues. We have, to a large extent, organized this book by these different themes and concerns. Existentialism is a philosophy. If you've ever asked, what does it all mean, or why are we here, or what should I do with my life, you've asked an existential question. Of course, these questions have been around since humans came down from the trees. Or at least since after they perfected farming, settled down, and had time for questions beyond where will I get my next meal, and is the big toothy thing dangerous, and will eating those mushrooms prevent me from living long enough to have offspring who will someday ask about the meaning of life. But asking a deep question doesn't make you a philosopher. What makes existentialism a philosophy of existence? Philosophers analyze, they pick apart, and they try to come up with reasons for their beliefs and reasoned answers for their questions. They also tend to develop systems, but as we discuss in Chapter 3, the existentialists aren't big fans of systems. In the most primitive times, human beings didn't have the time or the literacy necessary for such extended reflection and investigation. Even in today's remarkably literate society, the situation is much the same. Think of your own life. You may have asked existential questions from time to time, but between taking the kids to soccer practice, meeting your boss's or teacher's latest deadline, and doing your taxes, have you had the time to come up with much in the way of a detailed answer? Philosophy develops when a society gets to the point at which at least some of the people within it have the leisure not only to sit around asking these questions, but also to work out detailed, reasoned responses. Because of philosophy's complex and abstract nature, it also helps if you can write this stuff down. The oral tradition is great for telling historical and religious stories. These stories have great complexity, weight, and depth, and many, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, are even existential in nature. The powerful themes and concepts that underlie these stories were fully abstracted from those stories only with the advent of writing. The gods' involvement in the Battle of Troy over the most beautiful woman in the world is a great story to tell at the campfire over a few beers. You can hear it again and again until you know it by heart and can start telling it yourself and discussing what it means at the next campfire over a few more beers. Plato's theory of the forms? Heidegger's theory of Dasein? Sartre's explanation of the for itself? Not so much. By the time philosophy got up and running, then, many of these big questions already had answers that were widely accepted, even if they weren't true or very helpful. With pockets of exceptions and the stray rebel here and there, this general acceptance lasted until the end of the Middle Ages. Only then do you see the first real stirrings of modern existentialism, but even then, the philosophy is a quiet whisper in the wind for centuries, a monologue in Shakespeare, maybe a few stanzas in Milton. By the 18th century, elements of what became existentialism started cropping up regularly in literature and even philosophy. The whisper grew to a loud murmur. In the 19th century, it sprang to life as a cry in the desert, and by the 20th century, it was shouted from one side of the Atlantic to the other. The top 10 existential themes. What unifies the existentialists are the themes and concerns that tend to show up in their work. Here are the top 10 themes that recur again and again in existential philosophy, as well as in art, literature, movies, and any number of other fields. Absurdity. For the existentialists, life is absurd, it makes no sense and has no meaning or ultimate purpose, but human beings need it to make sense, to have meaning and purpose. Rejection of meaning-giving narratives. It isn't enough to say that life is absurd. The existentialists repeatedly make the point that when philosophy, religion, or science tries to make sense of it, the attempts always fail. Alienation. This is the feeling that you are a stranger in your own life, a stranger in the world. Anxiety. This is the feeling of unease you get when you start to recognize that life is absurd. Forlornness. This is the feeling of loneliness you get when you realize that no one can help you make sense of your existence. Responsibility. Everyone bears responsibility. If no one is going to give you a guidebook to life, you have to bear responsibility for making your way through it and creating some kind of meaning for it. Authenticity. People want authenticity, to live in a way that's in tune with the truth of who they are as human beings and the world they live in. Individuality. An important part of developing an authentic and satisfying life is individuality. Reason, science, and systems that try to cover up the absurdity of life often take individuality from you. Passion/engagement. Being passionate or engaged is another important aspect of living an authentic life, and it's under attack from the same forces that take away your individuality. Death. This is the ultimate context for all human actions and an important source of the absurdity of life. Existentialism's place in the history of philosophy. In the ancient world, philosophy was the study of everything there was to study. The specialization in most modern endeavors simply wasn't present. This gave philosophy a broad perspective. Nothing was off limits. The place of human beings in the universe and the meaning of life were questions to which the earliest philosophers gave ample attention. Thinkers from Epicurus, who advised the pursuit of pleasure, to Aristotle, who advocated the pursuit of philosophy, tried to determine what constituted the good life and how it could be attained. Socrates and Plato, two of the earliest and greatest of the major philosophers, were particularly concerned with how a person should live. For them, the issue was moral and spiritual. Plato saw justice as the right ordering of the soul and compared the philosopher to a doctor whose job it is to look after the health and well-being of the soul. Philosophy, then, was a highly pragmatic activity aimed at living well. As society and philosophy developed, however, this orientation changed. Over the centuries, the overall tendency in philosophy was to become more and more specialized and more abstract. Indeed, after Sir Isaac Newton became everyone's paradigm for knowledge, philosophy aimed more and more at being scientific. Questions about the meaning of life and health of the soul gave way to more technical issues, well removed from the concerns of everyday life. Even ethics became a narrow discipline of separating right from wrong, as opposed to determining what makes an entire life successful. This is where philosophy was when existentialism burst upon the scene, and why existentialism was seen as such a radical departure from philosophy as it had come to be practiced. We think that in many ways existentialism represents a return to the roots of philosophy, a return to the ancients' concern with living well and even to their concern with the health of the soul. Although most of the existentialists wouldn't accept the existence of a soul in the sense that Plato gives it in his more spiritual moments, they were certainly concerned with the health of all those things traditionally associated with the soul, such as will, vitality, joy, and mental strength. Chapter 2. The Big Names of Existentialism. In this chapter, meeting the founders of existentialism, Kierkegaard and Nietzsche. Becoming the establishment, Heidegger conquers academia. Storming the realm of pop culture, Sartre, de Beauvoir, and Camus. Going strong even today, modern existentialists. It's appropriate, and perhaps inevitable, that existentialism came of age in the 19th century, a period of unrest and radical social change. Science was flowering, belief in the powers of the human mind was reaching a crescendo, and the Industrial Revolution was overturning the traditional social order. Forces that had been slowly growing for centuries combined to give birth to a decidedly new way of living. The world was rushing headlong into becoming the industrial, scientific, capitalist, and mostly secular world you know today. Born into this world were two visionary thinkers, Søren Kierkegaard and Friedrich Nietzsche, who both recognized that something was missing, something was awry in this brave new world. Caught somewhere between the stale pieties of the old and the glib fascination of the new, they demanded a new assessment of what it means to be human, what it means to live, what it means to exist. Both started as the pious sons of deeply religious men. From there, they each took one of the two paths that this start often leads to. Kierkegaard became a devout Christian and a man of deeply personal faith. Nietzsche became something else. Back in grad school, co-author Greg met a fellow student who was a Christian and wanted to study Nietzsche. Why? It's always important, he said, to know your enemy. In this chapter, we introduce you to the principal existentialists. Besides Nietzsche and Kierkegaard, we examine Martin Heidegger and the great French existentialists, Jean-Paul Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, and Albert Camus. Heidegger was largely responsible for the development of existentialism into a systematized and, briefly, mainstream philosophy. His pupil, Sartre, became the chief exponent of existentialism in France. Although Sartre and his circle introduced substantive and important modifications to existential philosophy, they're perhaps best known for, well, being the best-known existential philosophers and for making existentialism a household name. In our last section, we discuss what has become of the legacy of the great existentialists and who, if anyone, is carrying it on. Kierkegaard makes philosophy personal. Søren Kierkegaard, 1813–1855, was the son of a wealthy Dutch businessman. His father was fiercely intelligent, deeply pious, and burdened by a great melancholy. It isn't entirely clear why, but Michael Kierkegaard believed that he lived under a great weight of guilt and that his life was accursed because of it. His guilt may have been related to a curse he made to heaven in his youth or the out-of-wedlock affair he seems to have had with Søren's mother before marrying her. But whatever the reason, he passed this on, along with his intelligence and piety, to his son. Themes of guilt, remorse, pain, and anguish are constant in Kierkegaard's work, which is deeply personal and often autobiographical. The other major event that plays out repeatedly in his work is his engagement to Regina Olsen. He and Regina fell in love, the young Kierkegaard proposed, and she accepted. Just under a year after their engagement, however, Kierkegaard broke off the engagement. Only he knows why, or perhaps not even he knew for sure. In part, he seems to have thought that his melancholy made him unsuitable as a spouse, but he also seems to have magnified the decision whether or not to marry into a question of what form of life he would lead. He seems to have thought marriage was antithetical to the study and piety to which he chose to devote the rest of his life. The decision scarred him, however, and he lived the rest of his life in love with the woman he had turned away. He replayed and re-examined that decision in his writings. Seen by many people as the founder of existentialism, Kierkegaard took his melancholy and anguish and started a path of self-discovery. What he discovered was truth not only about himself, but also about the human condition. He was one of the first to develop in an extended way, if not quite in a systematic way, central existential themes, such as the absurdity and forlornness of life, the importance and weight of choices, and the need to live passionately and authentically. He developed all these themes in a radically new kind of Christian context. He rejected the traditional pieties and systematic answers of both philosophy and the orthodox Christianity of his time. Instead, he embraced a vision of faith in which belief is considered to be a real choice and one that absolutely can't be validated or justified by reason. More than anything, what makes him one of the two founders of existentialism is the way he made philosophy personal. The big questions have meaning only in the way they're lived individually by each person. Reasoned calculation or heavenly or church commandments can't answer questions about how to live. You must answer these concrete questions in the depths of your individual soul. You must answer questions about how to live, whether to believe, and what to do in loneliness and isolation. Nietzsche declares that God is dead. Although many people call Kierkegaard the founder of existentialism, imagining it without Friedrich Nietzsche, 1844–1900, is hard. Many would give him as much if not more credit for getting the existential ball rolling. Yet he stands apart from the movement he helped to create. It's been said that calling Nietzsche an existentialist is like calling Jesus a Christian. Both are the ground of everything that follows, but they transcend it at the same time. You could also say that calling Nietzsche the father of existentialism is like calling George Washington the father of Philadelphia. Nietzsche is one of the great, enigmatic thinkers of human history. Existentialism is certainly his child, but he has many, many children and a towering legacy all by himself. Nietzsche was the son of a Lutheran pastor who was the latest in a long line of clergy in the family. Nietzsche was headed to the same life, and he embraced it with a deep piety in his youth. Nietzsche criticized religion as an insider, or former insider, as someone who knew more about Christianity and its significance than most practitioners did. Like many who lose their faith, Nietzsche spent much of his life criticizing the church for the falsehoods he felt he had been taught. He didn't stop at the church. Nietzsche was a perceptive social critic, and little escaped his vitriol. He tore down everything he saw as false, deluded, and damaging to human flourishing. But Nietzsche wasn't simply an agent of destruction. In the Gay Science, he spoke of wanting to be only a yes-sayer, to find a way to affirm everything in life. Existentialism gets its fundamental optimism from Nietzsche. He had the sense that after we tear down the veil of falsehoods we've created for ourselves, we can love the world for what it really is and create a meaning that's sustaining and even joyous. To this end, Nietzsche made his work into a literary dance of destruction, creation, and celebration. At times it's shrill, at other times poetic, but it's always playful and evades easy interpretation or systemization. Nietzsche wrote in less traditional forms than any other existentialist. He often wrote in the form of relatively short, impressionistic vignettes. In this seemingly chaotic but brilliantly orchestrated maelstrom of thought, certain themes reappear, resonate with other passages, and slowly form into more or less concrete, if somewhat slippery, ideas. Of these, we focus on those that are most important to later existentialism, particularly his belief that the world comes to you as meaningless and that creation, of values, of yourself, of the meaning of your life, is your fundamental task. It was Nietzsche who announced that God is dead, and as we explain in detail in Chapter 3, this statement, properly understood, is the start of all existentialism, even that of Kierkegaard and the Christian existentialists. Heidegger systematizes existentialism. Like John the Baptist, the early existentialists had cried almost incoherently in the desert. Their writings were read by few people and understood by far fewer. Because of their playfulness, their non-traditional writing styles, and the extremely personal content of Kierkegaard's writing in particular, the existentialists were easy for mainstream philosophy to ignore, marginalize, and forget. These nuts babbling about anguish and meaning? Nonsense. Philosophy was continuing on its traditional, rationalistic path. Increasingly, that meant squaring philosophy with science, with the objective and the universal, not with the individual and the personal. In British and American philosophy, it has stayed on that course pretty much to this day. In Europe, a growing number of people recognized that this path didn't have all the answers it was promising. What existentialism was lacking, however, was respectability. It needed the treatment, the philosophical development of its ideas into a great work, an expansive and systematic work that the academics could recognize as being something deserving of their attention and their respect. This happened not once, but twice, first with Martin Heidegger's magnum opus, Being and Time, and then with his pupil, Jean-Paul Sartre's Being and Nothingness. We discuss Sartre in the next section. Of all the existentialists, it was Heidegger, 1889–1976, who was most purely an academic, most purely a philosopher. Although many of the ideas within his philosophy are radical, even revolutionary, he presents them with all the trappings of traditional, academic philosophy. Like his mentor, Edmund Husserl, Heidegger attempted to describe and analyze existence in a way that had the rigor and completeness of Newtonian physics but started from the inside, from the subjective, human point of view. But what made Heidegger's treatment different was the serious attention he gave to such existential themes as irrationalism, the importance of interpretation, living authentically, and the significance of death in defining human existence. It was Heidegger who put the exist into existentialism. Heidegger was concerned not only with living, but also with what it means to be, as opposed to not be. In one sense, then, he made existentialism into a science of being. Yet, starting as it does from the subjective point of view, it's a science that never objectifies human beings. Indeed, he was at pains to avoid the kind of systematizing in which things lose their identity. An important element in his philosophy is the way people categorize their experience using words, and this process is often alienating. Perhaps, then, none of the figures we refer to as existentialists would object to the label so strenuously as Heidegger. Heidegger's work does go significantly beyond what we describe as existential concerns, and he's seen as a major figure in other movements, such as postmodernism. His elucidation of crucial existential themes and his impact upon later existentialists make him impossible to leave out, however. Sorry, Marty. The French popularize a growing movement. You aren't reading this book because of a lonely Dutchman. You aren't reading this book because of a wild-eyed, self-appointed antichrist who tried reimagining, well, everything. You certainly aren't reading this book because a one-time member of the Nazi Party wrote one of the most important, but also one of the densest and most indecipherable books ever written. No. You're reading this book because for a brief period in the 1940s and 1950s, nothing was cooler than existentialism. And like Bogart, Elvis, and bomber jackets, it's managed to stay cool and stay relevant. You're reading this book because a few, three, mostly, French philosophers interjected existentialism into the consciousness of Western civilization. They interjected it into art, literature, the counterculture, and the fabric of society. Jean-Paul Sartre, 1905–1980, took the traditional existential themes and injected a renewed emphasis upon the meaning and importance of human freedom. Although Being and Nothingness is a landmark book, even he admitted that he wrote parts of it in a sleep-deprived, caffeine-fueled, hyperkinetic days, and that those parts are at best poorly written and at worst nonsensical. What Sartre did better than any previous writer was make existentialism accessible to all people to whom it was supposedly relevant. One of the ways he did this was through the continual dialogue he engaged in with other important movements, including Christianity and Marxism. Sartre was very much a public figure involved not only in philosophy, but also in politics, the arts, and literature. Although he said he later regretted it, he also wrote the ultimate summary of the existential position, Existentialism is a Humanism, which is a short essay that attempts to explain the philosophy in non-technical terms to his critics and the public at large. Existentialists who believe in God. Atheistic existentialism has come to be seen as the dominant strain, largely because it was the orientation of Sartre and the other French existentialists who popularized it. But from the time of Kierkegaard, there has always been a persistent and important strain of existentialism that embraces the existence of God. Thinkers like the Catholic Gabriel Marcel, 1889–1973, and the Jewish Martin Buber, 1878–1965, have developed theologies that stress, among other things, the importance of personal relationships between people and God. Like all existentialists, they value the concrete, the personal, and the intimate over the systematized and universal. They see religion as the lived experience of individuals rather than the systematized philosophy of the Church or even the Bible. Like Kierkegaard, the original Christian existentialist, they reject the notion that faith and reason can or need to be reconciled. Reason has its place, but it shouldn't be allowed to trump the personal, the individual, and the free choice to believe, to have faith, in the absence of a complete and final rational proof. Like so much of human life, faith and the experience of the love of God are essentially irrational, and these existentialists see no reason to try to apologize for or cover up that fact. In many ways, their philosophies are a call to return to an earlier time, to a time when religion was a personal, immediate, and passionate experience, as opposed to an overly structured and overly intellectualized pursuit of the proper procedures and the proper belief with regard to some obscure point of theology. Like Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, 1908–1986, was involved in politics and any number of public issues. Her most enduring legacy has been to define, for a generation, the feminist movement in Europe and America. Although her groundbreaking work The Second Sex doesn't deal with existentialism directly, her analysis of the place of women in society is erected on a largely existential structure. People may not realize it, but often when they're discussing feminism, they're discussing existentialism as well. But perhaps what most made existentialism accessible was the fact that Sartre, de Beauvoir, and Albert Camus, 1913–1960, were all authors of novels and plays as well as philosophers. Putting their ideas into fiction was putting those ideas into the language of the masses. Just as Heidegger gained academic cred for existentialism by writing a work of great technical precision and mastery, the French gave existentialism street cred with their novelizations and dramatizations, which conveyed existential themes through vivid and concrete characters in memorable and emotionally charged stories. The greatest of these, which is still read widely today, is easily Camus' The Stranger. It's required reading in countless high school and college lit courses, as well as just a darned good book. Perhaps no single work by any existentialist has reached more people directly. A tale of absurdity, death, and coming to grips with the meaning of one's existence. It packs much of the philosopher's beliefs about life into a tight, easily digestible package. Contemporary existentialists keep the movement going. Are there contemporary existentialists? Are there still romantic poets? Are there still Stoic philosophers? Are there still philosophers actively developing Confucianism? Like all these important movements, existentialism was both of its time and place and timeless. There is not now, and probably will never be, another purely existential philosopher of the magnitude of Kierkegaard, Heidegger, or Sartre. Although we feel the philosophy is as relevant today as it ever was, its contribution to the human discussion has been made, and its major tenets were already developed in the classical works that fermented so much excitement in its heyday. To some extent this means enthusiasm has lulled, but don't read too much into it. The Beatles aren't recording any new albums, either. Like the Beatles, existentialism has hardly been forgotten. Existentialism has ingrained itself in modern culture in a way that few academic philosophies have ever managed to do. Books and movies in particular continue to give voice to existential themes. For a list of some of the best, see chapters 15 and 16. Interest in the classics of existentialism remains strong, and their influence persists not merely in philosophy, but also in today's culture, arts, and attitudes. Existentialism has always been a very personal philosophy that addresses the real human issues everyone faces. The measure of its impact isn't the number of academic philosophers developing its theories, but the number of people who are meaningfully affected by its perspective. Are there contemporary existentialists? Yes. You and us, for a start. Part 2. The fundamental problem: God is dead. In this part, necessity is the mother of invention, and great philosophical problems are the mothers of great philosophies. For the existentialist, the mother of all problems is the death of God, which refers to more than just a religious figure and plagues even those who still believe. The death of God refers to the religious and philosophical systems of thought that human beings have created to make sense of their world. The fact that they're dead means they no longer have the clout to underwrite the sense of meaning, order, and purpose that humans desire, even need. Emotions such as angst, dread, and anxiety awaken you to the cracks in these systems, and force you to face your existence unadorned and square in the face. Although that may sound like a bummer, it's really a good thing. Although these emotions are alerting you to a problem, they're also alerting you to the new possibilities that open up for you when you face the reality of your situation honestly. The situation you must face is the fundamental absurdity of life. Facing this situation holds the promise of living authentically, in tune with who and what you are, rather than being at odds with and alienated from yourself. The promise, in short, of living in a way that's more spiritually healthy, life-affirming, and satisfying. Chapter 3. If God is dead, is life meaningless? In this chapter, re-evaluating meaning. Understanding the death of God in relation to rationalism, religion, and science. Assessing what you've lost, and gained, from the death of God. Einstein said that a little letter called E=mc². Descartes said, I think, therefore I am, and Fred Flintstone said, Yabba dabba doo. Nietzsche will forever be remembered for saying, God is dead. If you're unfamiliar with Nietzsche, and especially if you're religious, it wouldn't be surprising if you presume that his tone is mocking or gloating. Nietzsche could be quite mischievous and certainly wasn't above taking this tone with his adversaries, or his friends, including Christians and other theists. When he speaks of the death of God, however, his tone is more somber. Where has God gone? The madman asked. I shall tell you. We have killed him, you and I. We are his murderers. But how have we done this? How were we able to drink up the sea, Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the entire horizon? What did we do when we unchained the earth from its sun? Whither is it moving now? Whither are we moving now? Away from all suns? Are we not perpetually falling? Backward, sideward, forward, in all directions? Is there any up or down left? Are we not straying as through an infinite nothing? Where is God? God is dead. God remains dead. And we have killed him. How shall we, murderers of all murderers, console ourselves? Friedrich Nietzsche, The Gay Science. So the death of God is a bloody and painful affair. But what of the question in the title of this chapter? Does his death mean life is meaningless? The answer to this question is simple. It's yes. Well, and no, actually. God, in the various senses we describe in this chapter, has been the source and keeper of all value and meaning for the world. When you kill God, you lose this. As Nietzsche says, you wipe away the entire horizon. When you remove this heavenly horizon, you are left in a world without meaning. So yes, life without God is meaningless. But God was always a bit of a hoarder. He kept all that meaning and all that value for himself, keeping it all in his heaven. So in a sense that we explain more fully in coming sections, the world as you experience it and live in it day to day was already devoid of meaning. It was allowed to borrow a certain amount to justify its existence, but it never had any of its own. This is why the death of God is so momentous for Nietzsche, and why we see it as the jumping-off point for all existentialism. Only after the death of God can you face the meaninglessness of the world and realize it's up to you to take responsibility for the direction of your own life. And this is the very important sense in which the answer is no. Reflecting on the death of God, Nietzsche asks, is not the greatness of this deed too great for us? Must we not ourselves become gods simply to be worthy of it? There has never been a greater deed, and whosoever shall be born after us, for the sake of this deed he shall be part of a higher history than all history hitherto. The world is inherently meaningless, but the essential movement of existentialism is to assert that it doesn't have to stay that way. We take over the responsibility for overseeing meaning in the world. This task isn't easy, and it's not to be taken lightly. God has done the job for well over 2,000 years, we can expect it to take us a while to get the hang of it. The death of God means human beings no longer have a ready source of value, but it also means that whatever value we can find, or make, won't be kept at arm's length from us or from the world we live in. In this chapter, we examine what Nietzsche really meant by the death of God, and how it's a statement about more than just that guy in the Christian and Jewish scriptures or the Quran, among other holy works. In particular, we examine how this death concerns three absolute systems of thought: rationalism, religion, and science. Who died? What the death of God means. On one level, the death of God can be taken fairly literally. God is dead, or no longer viable, as a philosophical concept. Philosophers have for eons loved to debate the existence of God. Many philosophical proofs of God's existence, we aren't saying good ones, have been made, as well as a few proofs against, the primary argument being the existence of evil. Again, we aren't saying good ones. Nietzsche and the other existentialists don't involve themselves in this debate. Just an observation, not a celebration. The death of God isn't a triumphant call of "we won the argument." Rather, it's a recognition of what's considered by these existential thinkers to be an observable, sociological fact, that God and the Church aren't at the center of town anymore. More important, they aren't at the center of people's thinking and no longer have the clout to underwrite values and meaning in modern society. So in this sense, God is that sacred being who, according to the world's major monotheistic religions, authors our existence and gives it meaning and purpose. You're valuable, in this narrative, because God loves you and has a plan for you. Further, if God created everything, then, like you, everything has a purpose, a place for everything and everything in its place, as the old saw goes. With a living God, the universe is a very orderly place. Everything has purpose, everything has a reason, and everything is valuable because God created it with that purpose in mind and, according to most versions, loves the creation of his hands. The death of absolute systems of thought. Although monotheism does a great job of making sense of the world and of making it an orderly place with a discernible meaning and purpose, it doesn't have a monopoly on this activity. Philosophy, science, and non-monotheistic religions all try, among other things, to develop explanatory schemes that will make sense of the world and your place in it. In doing so, they tend to get a bit carried away. They try to create systems of thought, broad theories, or grand narratives that try to explain everything. Further, the explanations they provide tend to be top-down. The stories told by philosophy, science, and religions provide the answers to you, rather than involve you in their development in a personal way. When Nietzsche announces the death of God, he's really announcing the death of the viability of all these top-down explanatory schemes. For simplicity, we refer to all such attempts to rationally order and make sense of the world as absolute systems. The philosophy of Plato and the theology of the Catholic Church are examples of absolute systems. If you want to blur the distinctions among denominations, as Nietzsche often does, all of Christianity can be seen as an absolute system. They can also be thought of as absolute narratives because they try to bring everything in the world into one coherent story, or set of stories, that explains everything. The explanations, or stories, that absolute systems provide attempt to give the world a meaningful context. For this reason, those explanations are often referred to as meaning narratives. For example, the notions of heaven and hell are part of the meaning narrative provided by many, but not all, forms of Christianity to place human action in a meaningful context by assuring us that the good are rewarded and the evil punished. Absolute systems are absolute in two ways. They explain, or at least give a context to, everything. According to these systems of thought, nothing can't, at least in theory, be understood in terms of the system. As we write this chapter, several American preachers have come under fire for suggesting that events such as Hurricane Katrina and the attacks of 9/11 were the retribution of an angry God. Meanwhile, in the halls of academia, some biologists and evolutionary psychologists are suggesting that ethics should be understood primarily in Darwinian terms. Each absolute system tends to insist that things be understood first and foremost in its terms. The system becomes the final arbiter of truth and reality. Just as the Supreme Court in the United States is the final arbiter of what the Constitution says and means, the absolute system, whether it's Christianity, paganism, science, or Platonism, is the highest court of appeal for questions of ultimate reality. This is one reason why the existentialists are so touchy about being called existentialists. They don't want their thinking to be confused with an absolute system. Another thing to remember about absolute systems is that they tend to be abstract and impersonal. In one sense, this can be a good and useful thing. The Declaration of Independence borrows from traditional, theistic, absolute systems when it states that all men are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. If you overlook the sexist language of the times, this means, in theory, at least, that everyone gets to be treated well and have his rights respected. Resting as it so often does on the concept of God-given rights, the concept of equal treatment before the law is very much a product of absolute systems. Perhaps this is why existentialists haven't always been big fans of liberal democracy. For more on this subject, see Chapter 12. But look again at the nature of these absolute systems. Although they have their uses, one problem with absolute systems is that, well, they're so absolute. You always have a tension between the requirements of an absolute system and its application to individual, concrete people. Even when an absolute system provides meaning, it does so only at a distance from the individual. This meaning is often pre-wrapped and segregated from the human lives it's meant to sustain. As we discuss in later sections, most absolute systems historically have gone a step further and consciously removed meaning and value from human beings and the world they live in. Although absolute systems serve a function, they aren't without their price. So although the deaths of God, of religion, and of all other absolute systems are seen as traumatic events, they also raise tremendous possibilities for humanizing your confrontation with your own existence. When the system is removed, you must confront that existence directly and without any false narratives intervening or comforting you. But you also get to confront your existence directly, honestly, and with human dignity. You can, of course, confront your existence honestly by using perspectives garnered from reason, philosophy, religion, or science. These things aren't necessarily pernicious in and of themselves. Only when you turn them into receptacles of all meaning, and subsume yourself and your humanity to their proclamations, do you turn them into absolute systems. Human beings have a tendency to do this, to let too much of a good thing take over and become a monolithic source of direction. To understand absolute systems in more detail, read the next 3 sections. We examine 3 perspectives that at one time or another have been elevated to the status of absolute systems: rationalism, religion, and science, and explain why the existentialists see each of them as flawed and not viable as a source of an ordered understanding of the universe and our place within it. Taking the measure of things. The Greek philosopher Protagoras famously said, "Man is the measure of all things, of things which are, that they are, and of things which are not, that they are not." Plato vilified Protagoras as a sophist, a teacher of rhetoric who taught his students to develop the most persuasive speeches without regard to logic or the pursuit of truth. Sophists were one part lawyer, one part political consultant. The statement exists only as a fragment, so assessing the exact meaning Protagoras had in mind is hard to do. If you interpret it as saying that ultimately, human beings must assess the world and its meaning, this is very close to what the existentialists have in mind. But if you tweak the statement, you can make it into a pretty fair account of the traditional view to which the existentialists are opposed. Absolute systems are the measure of all things, of things which are meaningful, that they are, and of things which are not meaningful, that they are not. Notice the impersonal and preconditioned nature of this statement. The human element, with its passions, individual projects, and concrete existence, is completely removed. You can see, as Sartre did, the existentialists as humanists who believe that philosophy should center on the subjective human element. Existentialism, however, is also a rebellion against killing the God called reason. Reason has been the obsession of Western philosophy for well over 2,000 years. Plato, whom we discuss more later in this chapter, came to be seen by many people as the patron saint of reason. Plato's treatment of reason and of human passions is more complex and subtle than that of most of those who followed him. Indeed, existentialism in many ways harkens back to Plato's more balanced view of humanity, in which reason is seen as working in tandem with certain rightly ordered emotions. In the end, however, the emphasis in Plato's philosophy, which is magnified only in later interpretations, including those of the early Christians, is on the importance of our capacity to reason. Among other things, he extolled reason's ability to rule over and control human passions, particularly the bodily passions, which were largely seen, and still are, in many quarters, as being dangerous and destructive, without much in the way of redeeming qualities. Any subtlety in the rationalism of Plato had pretty much evaporated by the time the existentialists were writing. Reason, in the modern sense, refers to your ability to, among other things, calculate, think logically and abstractly, weigh evidence, and process and categorize experience. In that sense, reason is often conflated in the history of Western thought with your conscience, your will, even your very self. Western philosophy is largely rationalistic in the sense that it glorifies your ability to reason over your other traits and capacities. Rationalism is most basically a belief in the effectiveness of your reasoning and its centrality to who you are. Reason, by this way of thinking, not only allows you to plan and project ways of getting what you want, but also has the ability to determine what you should want, to determine the best form of life. Reason is the granddaddy of all absolute systems of thought, because reason, with its parsing, categorizing, and abstracting of experience, creates these systems. By creating these systems, including religious systems, human reason provides many meaning-giving narratives. So why rebel against reason? What reason is all about? You can better understand the existentialists' problem with rationalism if you examine some of reason's characteristics. Reason discovers universal truths. 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 4 for you and 3 for us. Mathematics is universal. Similarly, if you're on the moon and we're on Jupiter, you'll feel the effects of gravity differently from the way we do. Using his reason, however, Sir Isaac Newton was able to develop the law of universal gravitation, which explains the effects of gravity in both places and everywhere else as well. Reason by its nature, then, tries to explain away difference and show how everything fits under a simple set of uniform laws. Reason is abstract. To be universal, the laws of reason must not depend upon the particulars of a situation. It doesn't matter whether you're adding 2 apples to 2 apples, 2 oranges to 2 oranges, or 2 apples to 2 oranges, the answer is always 4. The particulars don't matter. Of course, some details do matter, but all rational thinking tries to abstract from the particulars as much as possible. For example, gravity affects a large mass differently from a small mass. This particular difference matters to the science of gravity. But does it matter whether the large mass is an elephant or a Toyota? Whether it's blue or pink? Whether it's a human being or a stone? Not at all. Reason is impersonal. In the classic scientific model, you're supposed to use reason without emotion. To some extent, this thought is the logical consequence of the first 2 points. They remove any possible emotional content from the objects of reason by abstracting them until they cease to be objects of any feeling. When a person becomes a number, there's nothing left to empathize with. But lack of emotional content is also, ideally, a characteristic of the rational agent doing the thinking. To think perfectly rationally is to become as computer-like as possible, a pure impartial processor of impersonal facts. Where's the human element? The existentialists reject the notion that the exercise of reason can be the paradigmatic exercise of your humanity, because for them, life is essentially concrete and subjective. Your humanity happens in all those places that get factored out when you try to approach things rationally. The more purely rational institutions become, then, the more abstract and distant they become. You've probably had experiences dealing with rational individuals or institutions that made you just want to scream. Sometimes, even when they're right, they're wrong. They miss the point of the question, they miss the human element. For example, when co-author Greg was an infant, he became very sick, and his parents took him to the hospital. While waiting in the hall for word about his condition, they asked a passing doctor, who informed them, matter-of-factly, that Greg probably wouldn't last the week and then continued walking. Ignoring the factual error, this small encounter can be seen as a metaphor for the dehumanizing element in all rationalistic systems. Although they provide some guidance, like all super-rational elements in society, they do so at a distance. You sit in the universe's waiting room hoping for some word from an absolute system that will redeem your situation, give it meaning, but it does so only on its own highly abstract and impersonal terms. Reason is dead, then, not so much because it can't find any answers, but because the answers provided by reason alone are incapable of addressing real human needs. Plato, the good stuff is elsewhere. Christianity is Platonism for the masses. Friedrich Nietzsche, Beyond Good and Evil. It's been said that all philosophy is a series of footnotes to Plato. If that's true, existentialism can be seen as one long, angry footnote objecting to Plato's misplacement of the meaning of life. But Plato isn't important just to academic philosophers. Platonic ideas were taken very seriously and shaped much of the interpretation of the words of a simple carpenter from Bethlehem who also had a little impact on society. Much of existentialist criticism of Christianity, though certainly not all of it, can be traced to what many, including Nietzsche, regard as its Platonism. This is true, but although the individual pieces of a religion may be mysterious and magical, when those pieces are coordinated into a belief system and the behaviors expected into a moral system, reason is at work. Reason takes a hodgepodge collection of mystical beliefs and practices and forms them into a religion. The Catholic Church is the most obvious, but hardly the only, example of an institution offering an intricately ordered and thoroughly systematized belief structure. The Inquisition wasn't a product of the experience of a loving God, it was the enforcement of a certain set of rationally ordered precepts about that God which the Church judged essential to being a right-thinking Christian. Similarly today, when Pat Roberson states that 9/11 or Hurricane Katrina was the product of a sinful lifestyle, as crazy as that sounds, he doesn't reference the mystery of the Holy Trinity. He tries to rationally weave events and beliefs together to form a coherent narrative. Many scientists and rationalist atheists point to examples like these to illustrate the damage they say belief in God causes. The truth, however, is that by themselves, the experiences of faith, loving God, and loving thy neighbor rarely get people into too much trouble. Only when these feelings are lost or twisted by faulty or excessive reasoning into inhumane narratives does the trouble start. This insight is the starting point of much of Christian existentialism, which attempts to strip religion of its rationalistic and over-systematized architecture and get back to a more direct experience of divinity and humanity. A word of warning concerning the picture of both Plato and Christianity presented here. Both Platonism and Christianity are incredibly complex, broad, and rich systems of thought. Although Nietzsche often presents himself as an anti-Christian and an anti-Platonist, his thoughts and feelings about them are often conflicted. In many respects, he has a love-hate relationship with each. In what follows, we focus on the development of one strain of thought that begins as a kernel in Plato's philosophy and becomes magnified into a powerful force in Christian thinking. What Nietzsche objects to is the development of the idea that a true world exists, next to which ours is a poor copy. This notion of the true world is similarly rejected by later existentialists who stress the need to focus attention on this world, the human world. In search of perfect forms. We don't try to explain Plato's entire complex body of work, but most of what's important for our purposes can be summed up in his theory of the forms, a theory in which Nietzsche interprets Plato as rationally abstracting everything good out of the world and paving the way for much of what he finds most objectionable in Christianity. The Greeks were fascinated by the relationship between the one and the many. Take men, for example. There are many men, tall men, short men, fat men, skinny men, brave men, cowardly men, men with one leg, men with one eye, and even men who don't have what many of us take to be definitive of our manhood. Eunuchs are still men. As we write this chapter, the news recently announced the story of a pregnant man. No definition seems to cover all the exceptions. So what makes this man, suave, dashing, clean-shaven Chris, and that man, curmudgeonly, bearded, Danny DeVito-esque Greg, both men? We can ask the same question of things like goodness, justice, and courage. Many of Plato's dialogues describe conversations in which his former mentor and full-time literary mouthpiece Socrates asks supposed experts in these subjects what the meanings of these big words are. The problem is, as with men, every time you come up with a definition, at least one instance doesn't seem to fit. So what's Plato's answer? The forms. Think of a form as a template, an exemplar. For everything, for every concept, the form is the perfect example of that thing. When you say a word like good or man or lasagna, you're referring to this ultimate example, this perfect version of the item. All other instances of these things, like this man or that lasagna, are but imperfect copies. Greg thinks this is pretty plausible, because every lasagna he's ever tasted except for his mother's homemade lasagna is a pale imitation. Chris thinks Greg doesn't understand Plato, read on to see why. So where are all these forms, and how do you know they exist, anyway? As for the second question, you know they exist not because you see them, but through the exercise of your reason, which is able to comprehend what's abstract and universal. Your senses can perceive only what's limited and particular. But your reason comprehends perfect, universal truths like those of mathematics and geometry. You can't see any perfect circles, all are marred by minor imperfections. But your reason can determine how the radius of a perfect circle would be related to its diameter, if you could find one. Forms are good, the physical world is bad. So where are this perfect circle and the rest of the forms? In Plato's house? At the British Museum? No, forms aren't worldly. Sorry, Mrs. Gale, your lasagna doesn't count. In Plato's philosophy, they live in their own realm of ultimate truth and perfection. It's a perfect place, an immaterial place, a heavenly place. And all the forms revolve around the one most perfect form, the form of ultimate unity and perfection, the good. Souls come from this place and yearn to return. And if you're very, very good, and spend a lot of time exercising your reason and ignoring your physical passions, you'll eventually go back. Until then, you're stuck here, along with everyone else, in imperfect bodies, in an imperfect world that's only a pale shadow of the true world. What Platonism represents is the introduction of dualism, a split or separation between the spiritual and the physical, between rational souls and irrational, passionate bodies, and, most important, between the true world and this world of shadowy appearances. The former things are good, and the latter things are bad, or at least lacking in the true perfection that lies elsewhere. Plato himself recognizes this problem and tries to rectify it by saying, among other things, that physical objects participate in the forms. In this way and others, he tries to unify, or at least connect, the two worlds. But concepts like participation are never fully explained. So what starts as a crack in Plato's philosophy develops into a full-grown split that, fairly or unfairly, is attributed to Plato himself by Nietzsche and others. The existential objection. Wait. You start with a question essentially about the meaning of words, and now, suddenly, all truth, all meaning, all value have been taken from you and placed somewhere else. Plato creates an absolute system of thought in which the world is a miserable, debased copy of something else, something you can't see or touch or smell. He says many of your own feelings and emotions are misguided. Foul, the existentialist cries. I want my meaning. I want my value back here. How dare you take it from me, Plato? I want a humanity with dignity. How dare you shame me? But of course, Plato isn't alone. Nietzsche feels that Plato's narrative of the true world repeats itself again and again in the history of both religion and philosophy. Much of Christianity, for example, adopts this dualistic picture. God, heaven, and immortal souls are the things that are most ultimately real, good, true, and of ultimate value. The world, on the other hand, is the devil's playground. It's a fleeting place of pain, suffering, and confusion where hope rests in the belief that your soul partakes in something more, something greater than this world, and that someday, that soul may escape this mortal prison and attain that other world. Happiness versus meaning. Nietzsche sees God's death as a problem. It's a problem many of his contemporaries also wrestle with in their increasingly secular society. The English in the 18th century developed a rationalistic, secular moral system that still influences people today. It's called utilitarianism, and it attempts to explain how people can act morally in a modern, scientific world devoid of superstition. They start with a simple premise: what all people really desire is happiness. From there, they proceed logically, methodically, and scientifically to show that all right action is aimed at maximizing happiness and that the right thing to do in any situation is the product of a calculus weighing all the consequences of any action upon the happiness of yourself and others. One quick way to understand the existentialists is to look at these English philosophers and realize that what the existentialists are doing is exactly not that. As Nietzsche wryly notes in response to these philosophers, man does not desire happiness. Only the Englishman desires that. According to Nietzsche, what you actually want, what you need, is meaning. You need your life to make some kind of sense and fit into some kind of pattern. History shows repeatedly that people can suffer horribly if they believe that suffering means something, if they're sacrificing for something they believe in. For Plato, the consolation is that this other world can be glimpsed here and now. It's evident through the use of reason. For true believing Christians, especially for the Christians living in the time when the religion was most alive, the true world isn't something that can be seen in this world, but its promise is so real and so certain that it's palpable. As science progresses, however, the real world of heaven and ultimate reality are pushed farther and farther into the distance. This world becomes more and more the center of attention. But as we discuss in the following sections, that attention doesn't reverse what Plato did. The separation of the world of value from the world you live in is a persistent issue, and one that the existentialists are all committed to rejecting and correcting. Kant, the world isn't knowable. If God wasn't dead when Kant was writing, he was on serious life support that Kant's own philosophy tried to supply. Kant represents a transition between the living God of Plato and the early Christians and today's secular, scientific society in which God is no longer a defining concept. Kant lived in an age still recovering from, and in many ways still tethered to, medieval concepts of God and religion. These ideas had just started to become untenable, just started their decline as totally dominant systems of belief that determined every aspect of life and social structure. In attempting to make room for them, Kant illustrates how these narratives are failing, how people are more distant from God, heaven, and the meaning and value they conferred. Kant created a rational philosophy that he felt would make room for religious faith in a world increasingly dominated by science and skepticism concerning the knowability of ultimate truths. To do this, he limited the scope of reason to separate a realm of scientific, rational inquiry, knowable by human reason, from the realm of faith and ultimate reality, its ultimate nature unknowable by human reason. For our purposes, his doing this has three significant effects. It severs faith and reason. The Church's traditional attitude toward the two was that they're compatible and converge in the same ultimate truth. With the growing ascendancy of science, the Church's response was similar. after certain reactionary factions within it accepted they could never burn enough heretics to make the new science go away, that is, scientific truth is simply the revelation of the mechanics of God's creation. After Kant, however, this position became less and less philosophically tenable. Kant was himself both a spiritual man and a rationalist. For him to sever these two realms signaled that a fundamental disconnect existed between them and that the two grand writers of human narratives, reason and religion, were coming into direct conflict. It signals a crisis in the ability of the defining systems of human society to be complete, total, and absolute definitions of reality. Absolute systems that once held people's undivided attention and provided them with convincing narratives in which they could place total confidence and trust had begun to break down. At this point, these systems could provide answers, but they could no longer provide the answers. It alienates people further from their sources of value and meaning. For Kant, the truths of heaven still are ultimately true and ultimately real. But whereas the Church says these truths are knowable by divine revelation and reinforced by the findings of science, and Plato says you can come to know them through the exercise of your reason, for Kant, their ultimate nature is wholly unknowable. More important, within Kant's philosophy the world as it's studied by human science is so removed from the world of ultimate truth that the earthly truths of the former can't tell us anything about the truths of the latter. Faith in heaven is spared, but the victory is somewhat pyrrhic. Reason and religious revelation are both crippled, and the realm that contains everything of value for human beings is put off at an even greater distance. Kant wasn't an existentialist, but it's hardly surprising that many of the existentialists were influenced heavily by him and by what they saw as his failure to ultimately save either reason or religion. The death of God and religion. Although the death of God isn't just about God, it certainly is about God. Perhaps more accurately, it's about religion, and God is simply the focus. Religion, however, provides the answer and gives God his place and his meaning. Think of the differences between the religion of Hebrew scriptures, in which the will of God is expressed by a multiplicity of laws and rules, and the God of the Christian scriptures, in which Jesus boils these commandments down to their essentials in the love of God and the love of your neighbor. Here, you have different conceptualizations of the same God, and even of the same rules, within one broad tradition. Then you have even greater differences between the Judeo-Christian versions of God and the understanding of divinity in pagan and Eastern religions. Religion puts everything, even God, in its place. It orders the universe and makes sense of it, gives it meaning. It does this by creating a narrative about God, about who he is, what he wants, and how you're related to him. Your meaning, your understanding of your place in the universe, and even your understanding of your relationship to other people is defined in terms of your relationship to God. The death of God, as it relates to religion, is saying that traditional narratives about this relationship have broken down. They no longer have what it takes to underwrite your understanding of your place in the universe. How Christianity lost its mojo. Christianity went through two stages in which it was wildly successful, in which whatever criticism you could make against it, you'd have to acknowledge that God was alive and well. Here are those two stages. Early Christianity. Early Christians tended to keep to themselves, they lived in small, often communal, groupings. More than at any other time, perhaps, Christianity then wasn't just a set of beliefs, but a way of life. Even the Christians' Roman oppressors often remarked favorably upon their integrity and faithfulness to their beliefs. Nietzsche said people should live dangerously, and the early Christians often did. Saying you loved Jesus didn't make you an acceptable political candidate, it made you look tasty to lions. It also made you something of an outsider. Christian faith wasn't just something you inherited from the folks or took up because it was what people do. It was the product of an involved and often impassioned choice. Christian communities reinforced this choice less through sanction than through an intimately shared passion and a shared vision of life. If you walk among the Hasidic Jews of Brooklyn or the Amish of the Dutch country in Pennsylvania today, you may wonder whether God is really dead for these people. Like the early Christians, they arrange their entire lives by the narrative of their religion. Medieval Christianity, small communities can be organized and arranged in the way of early Christianity, but as the number of people in a group grows, as the followers multiply, the nature of faith changes. Humans also seem to naturally drift toward and to accept hierarchical structures. As Christianity developed, it grew from an experience into a system, a theological system with a highly organized and detailed belief structure and a political system that dispensed both knowledge and power in a hierarchical structure. Although many people consider this in itself to be the death of true religion, the Church flourished as an absolute system putting everything, from God to kings to peasants, in its precise place. During the ascendancy of this system, everyone knew his place, and everyone knew what it meant to be alive. The Church's narrative was, basically, universally accepted and provided the ground upon which society and everyone in it stood and lived their lives. After the Church became an absolute system, however, it became vulnerable. The problem with absolute systems is that they're so absolute. One of the reasons institutions like the Church are so conservative and so hostile to any beliefs that don't fit is that the basis of the absolute system is precisely that everything does fit. After you start monkeying with its fundamental premises, you may be able to rework things intellectually and arrange them so that they fit with the new ideas. But you've already irrevocably contradicted the system's most fundamental premise, that the universe is an orderly place and that this system reveals that order, understands the place of everything, and can be a guide for understanding your place in that universe. So when troublemakers like Copernicus assert that, scientifically speaking, it makes more sense to say that the Earth revolves around the Sun, there's some justice in the Church's claim that this is heretical and will tear down all pious belief. In the long run, it did. Like a Jenga puzzle falling apart in slow motion, the slow advance of science collapsed both the perfect, all-inclusive worldview the Church had created and the Church's role as final arbiter of truth as author of that worldview. In many respects, what's most surprising about the Church's response to thinkers like Copernicus and Galileo is that it wasn't more antagonistic toward them than it was. Likewise, as its political power waned, the Church became one of many competing powers and influences upon society. But an absolute system thrives on being singular. It wasn't just the Church's influence and power that waned, but, as we discuss in the next section, its ability to underwrite meaning and value for its constituents. After the Church became one power among many, following it became a choice to one degree or another. But that implies an open question. After this happens, the luster and security of absolute certainty is lost, and the hold the Church has on society is broken. Without the gravitational force of this absolute certainty and the reassurance and stability that provides, people tend to drift away not only from Church membership, but also from a wholehearted acceptance of the Church's narrative. Being religious isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card. By the 19th century, when the first existentialists were writing, the narrative of the Church had largely broken down. Much of the public piety of that age was a surface piety enforced by social convention. Churchgoers, by and large, were stuck in the same malaise and just as alienated as those who had left the Church. Why? Because Christians are like samurai. One of Greg's professors once told him in seminar, "You can't be a samurai warrior." Poor Greg was devastated. But the professor was right. Some choices aren't available to you. You could do what Forrest Whitaker does in the excellent movie Ghost Dog. You could pick up a sword, you could pledge yourself to another person, and you could try to follow a code of honor. But being a samurai is something more. Being a samurai means being part of something larger than yourself. It means being something with a certain cultural significance. Being a samurai is part of the meaning narrative of an entire society. Can people be Christians today? Certainly, but they can never be Christians in the way people were Christians for hundreds of years, during which the Church dominated European political, intellectual, and cultural institutions. Christianity, as an absolute system providing a homogeneous meaning narrative for an entire society, is dead. Being a Christian in a world in which the sun revolves around the earth, echoing in a concrete, physical way God's love and attention, is gone. Being a Christian in a world in which the teachings of the Church are reflected in every physical fact, in every element of societal structure, is gone. Even if you believe in God and believe in the divinity of Jesus, that type of Christian is as dead as the samurai. For the Christian existentialists, to some extent this is a good thing. The price of the Church's absolute reassurance was the abdication of your individual, personal responsibility for and passionate engagement in your own faith. This, for the existentialist, is tantamount to giving up your humanity, dare we say your soul, a devil's bargain, to be sure. After the Church loses this privileged, absolute status, the individual must reassert himself. Christianity, real, personal, passionate Christianity, once again becomes dangerous and once again becomes possible. But it isn't something that can be taken for granted. It's hard. Because Christianity as a dominant system has lost its mojo, lost its ascendancy, God is as dead for the Christian as he is for the atheist. And this is attended with all the same pitfalls and turmoil. Science becomes its own religion. Science, any good scientist will tell you, is skeptical. Its theories are always up for revision, correction, and even wholesale replacement. The scientist can't afford to be dogmatic but must always be open-minded. He's skeptical of new theories, but if they survive the rigors of scientific examination, he must accept them, no matter how they conflict with his preconceived notions, or even with established theories. Science, then, is not an absolute system with all the answers. It's simply a method, a collection of best practices, if you will. It's a method of searching for the truth, to which it's a humble servant. Yeah, right. If you believe all this, we have a bridge to sell you. If science didn't kill God outright, it certainly agreed to gleefully help hammer the nails into the coffin. The traditional line of thinking about the relationship between religion and science, as told by scientists, is that science was the victim of the narrow-mindedness of the Church. Scientists, according to this narrative, didn't have it out for religion, they simply wanted the freedom to explore and gain understanding. Why should the Church feel so threatened? They said that they, unlike the Church, were open-minded and simply wanted to use the brains God gave them to discover the truths of His creation. There is some truth to this egalitarian view of science, just as there is some falsehood to the vilification of religion in the above narrative. But some scientists have always been willing to openly repudiate the notion of God as antithetical to a reasoned understanding of that universe. Recently, there's been a resurgence of this type of thinking. Books like The God Delusion, by biologist Richard Dawkins, express the notion that God is a failed hypothesis, a belief not just unprovable, but also irrational and foolish. It is, one might say, a heretical notion that must be stamped out. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. The scientific worldview, science as God. Science is always incomplete. It's always searching for truths it hasn't yet discovered. Science hasn't progressed, and probably never will progress, to the point where it can claim status as the ultimate system of knowledge by virtue of having all the answers. Instead, when science makes its claim of being the ultimate system for discovering the truths of the universe, it runs on its track record. It has a consistent record of demonstrating its ability to explain and predict more things than any other system, whether shamanism, astrology, religion, or armchair philosophizing. What produces these results isn't the big brains of scientists or inclusion in their secret club. No, the success of science is credited to the scientific method, with the way in which scientists go about seeking the truth. Following this method has led people out of the darkness of ignorance and superstition and into the light of knowledge. Exactly what this scientific method is a question open to more debate than you may think. But here are some of its major attributes. Objective rationality. The scientist must be objective, dispassionate, and able to look at the subject matter without prejudice. That's fine for studying Sturgeon, the existentialist replies, but you can't study human life this way. Come to think of it, you probably can't study Sturgeon this way. Human beings simply are never disinterested observers. Observation and experimentation. This is the classic picture of the scientific method. Scientists make some observations, come up with a theory, and test that theory against the world, experimenting and making new observations. Although certainly important, it turns out this is less important, and less definitive of the activity of science, than we, and probably you, were taught in high school science class. Explanatory power. Now we're getting to the real power behind the throne. When you're comparing two theories, the stronger one is the theory that can explain more. Why take a theory that can explain human behavior when a competing theory explains all primate behavior? Simplicity and elegance. This is the other central pillar of scientific method. Scientists prefer less complex theories over more complex ones. They prefer their hypotheses to refer to as few entities as possible. Take the search for a grand unified theory, for example. Physics currently posits 4 forces in the universe: strong, weak, electromagnetic, and gravitational. Don't sweat it, it won't be on the test, we promise. Scientists are currently trying to find a way to show that all 4 forces are really the action of just one underlying force. Why? Because the observations demand it. Because they can't explain some phenomenon with these 4 forces? No, just because it's more simple and more elegant that way. This elegance has an aesthetic quality that scientists believe is valuable in a theory. So much for objective, dispassionate rationality. All this is all well and good, and the existentialists don't doubt the accomplishments of thinkers like Newton. Science is certainly very effective in what it does. The problem occurs when a method for studying and learning about the facts of the world becomes the perspective from which you perceive and interpret the world. For the existentialists, any set of facts is open to multiple interpretations, multiple meanings, and multiple valuations, depending on how you see the significance of those facts. But as science became the dominant worldview, it started to assert the existence of only one interpretation, only one perspective, the objective, dispassionate perspective of science. Because all other worldviews have proved less effective in navigating truth and falsehood and in explaining objects and events in the universe, any other way of looking at the world amounts to a dangerous and retrograde superstition. At this point, science becomes more than just a useful tool for understanding the world, it becomes an absolute system proscribing our relationship to it. Like any other absolute system, then, science assumes the mantle of final arbiter of all reality and truth. We may not have all the answers, says the scientist, but we possess the only valid method of getting them. At this point, science ceases to be a humble collection of best practices and becomes its own god, a new kind of ultimate, absolute system. This system doesn't provide all the answers, but it proscribes the method of searching for those answers. Certainly, this is only one way of looking at science, even among scientists. It is a perspective that was particularly ascendant at the time the existentialists were writing, however, and one that has hardly disappeared even today. Science can't replace God after all. You may think that Nietzsche, as an avid opponent of the Church, would have been thrilled with the ascendancy of science. But here's Nietzsche's description of the scientific point of view: God is an idea no longer of any use, an idea grown useless, superfluous, consequently a refuted idea. Let us abolish it. Broad daylight, breakfast, return of cheerfulness and bones sends good sense. Nietzsche isn't being sympathetic here, he's being sarcastic, even mocking. The idea that simply by ridding the world of superstition, you bring about a new, more enlightened age is ludicrous. Science simply isn't equipped to replace religion. As a purely objective inquiry into how things tick, it isn't set up to answer fundamental questions of what it means that things tick and whether or why it matters. But science doesn't just fail to replace religion and speak to these essential human concerns. It also actually hampers your ability to address these concerns. It stands in the way because of two more characteristics of the scientific method, or perhaps we should say the scientific mindset. The Donald Trump effect: as science continually finds more and more answers, it seeks new worlds to conquer. Overly wary of the evils of superstition and irrationality, it takes for itself more and more real estate, claiming more and more realms of the human experience and its proper subject. The see no evil / hear no evil / speak no evil effect: having acquired all this real estate, science then kicks out anything that doesn't fit into the scientific worldview, anything not amenable to purely objective, rational scientific inquiry. But rather than kick it back to philosophy or religion, it debases it as mere superstition or retrograde thinking. In other words, if the scientists can't study it, no one can. If it doesn't exist as a valid object of scientific inquiry, it doesn't exist as a valid object of human inquiry and concern. Meaning? Value? They don't see it, can't hear it, and won't speak of it. If you find a way to fit it into a bar graph, let them know, and they'll take over from there. Science, then, becomes another source of alienation. It not only refuses to speak to your most fundamental concerns, but also degrades and debases them, much as traditional philosophical and religious systems debase the earth. So what have you lost if God is dead? Existentialism is an ultimately optimistic philosophy that develops way beyond the death of God. Ultimately, the death of God is seen as a good thing. It allows you to move beyond the narratives that have sustained you to a healthier, more authentic existence. Ultimately, in the shorter term, the existentialists recognize this as a traumatic and somber event. The most obvious metaphor is funereal, seeing all humanity, existentialists included, as being in the process of mourning. This is certainly apt. The way some thinkers, particularly the French, talk about it, another apt metaphor comes to mind, that of the scorned lover. Although the existentialists don't believe in an ultimate justice, their colorful descriptions of the human situation often use the language of abandonment, betrayal, and the loss of something that was in some sense theirs. And now they're pining away for what they lost. You might take a moment, as part of the grieving process, to join them in considering what you've lost. Afterward, you can process your grief and listen to your friends console you, saying, "It's okay, you're strong, and you're better off without him." No easy answers, rejecting all absolutes. God and all the explanatory meaning narratives he represents gave people answers. People like being told what to do, where to stand, where they fit, and what their function is. It's comforting, and it allows them to relax mentally and spiritually. The death of God means you've lost all absolute answers, all ultimately real and right answers to the fundamental questions of existence. This leaves you feeling like the ground has been removed from under your feet. Like a child whose training wheels are taken off without warning and feels the bicycle start to shake and wobble uncontrollably, you may be disconcerted and understandably scared. You're like the child on the bicycle, it then falls to you to take control. When your traditional narratives fail you, you inherit a heavy burden. Perhaps no one felt this burden like Sartre. Answering charges from his critics that existentialism leaves human beings in an arbitrary universe in which the existentialist makes up morality without any ultimate, objective support, he replied that he didn't ask for it to be that way and that he was as vexed by the situation as his critics were. He said that's where humanity is, however, and you have to move forward. The only way forward is for human beings to shoulder the responsibility of providing answers for themselves. These won't be absolute, final answers, but they're the only answers you can get. You'll have to get into the habit of creating and recreating them. The baby with the bathwater, meaning, truth, and value. One of the characteristics of many of the systems and meaning narratives that have always sustained people is that they placed meaning elsewhere. See the earlier section on Plato. One of the reasons it seems so difficult to produce meaning for yourself is that you've always been told you can't, that there's no meaning to be found here. If all value resides in, or is underwritten by, God and heaven, by forces and truths beyond the earthly realm, when you lose your sustaining faith in those otherworldly holders of value, you lose all the things they were holding as their exclusive provenance. This is one of the reasons atheistic existentialists have been so at odds with the Church. The Church keeps raising eyes to heaven, and the existentialists keep lowering eyes back down. And they do bring your eyes way down. Their stories are often about ugly realities and scandalous people. They don't force you to look at these things because they want to wallow in misery or debasement. Rather, they want you to recognize that any meaning, value, truth, or beauty can be found only here, in this imperfect and often ugly world. They want you to look at it honestly, without varnish, without covering up its ills, without romanticizing it, and without the filter of an ultimate moral judgment upon it. They say you must learn to see it this way because your task is to find a way to accept and live in this imperfect place, the earth, and the human world you're part of. You must recognize that this is the only home you have or will ever know. The danger of nihilism. Strictly speaking, nihilism isn't something you've lost, but it may represent something you stand to lose. When something traumatic happens, when you lose someone for whatever reason, when you face a crisis that demands that you rise to the occasion, the danger always exists that you'll break, that you'll fall into hopeless despair. For the existentialists, this was the danger posed by the collapse of the traditional systems of value and belief that provided meaning to people for thousands of years. Nihilism is the state of belief in nothing. It's the belief that nothing matters, but perhaps saying that it's the empty feeling that nothing matters is just as apparent. Nihilism is a form of surrender or a form of despair. It's a wallowing in nothingness that the nihilist can't see beyond. Bob Dylan wrote, "When you ain't got nothin', you got nothin' to lose." There's something positive and hopeful in this statement. Someone with nothing has the freedom to it's a freedom alive with possibility. The nihilist refuses to see this possibility. For the nihilist, when you ain't got nothin', you got nothin' to win. The nihilist rejects all creation and all positive projects. Like a broken record, the nihilist drones on and on, there is nothing, there can be only nothing. Rejecting creation, the nihilist often embraces destruction. For the French, this nihilism was an underlying cause of the atrocities of the Nazis. Nihilism, then, isn't just some academic concern. It's the concern that humanity will be eaten by its own fears and anxieties and lapse into, at best, a state of stagnation and immobility and, at worst, rush headlong into a cycle of violence, murder, and self-destruction. The existentialists were not nihilists. Their philosophy tries to find a way out of nihilism. For the existentialists, life is about creation, about creating the ground for your own meaning, creating value, and making your world, and making yourself into something. It won't be easy, but they insist that although you start with nothing and must continually face the nothingness of the universe, you don't have to remain immobile there. You can assume the role of being the author of your own existence. Human beings care about and value things. The fact that there's no ultimate significance to things beyond their human significance doesn't mean that they have no significance. The ultimate answer to the question asked in the title of this chapter is an insistent, even defiant no. If God is dead, the existentialist proclaims, life is not meaningless. It has the meaning you choose to give it. Chapter 4. Anxiety, Dread, and Angst in an Empty World. In this chapter, analyzing the importance of feelings in existentialism, understanding how your mood helps you reach insights about life, investigating the key existential mood, anxiety. The existentialists think that giving your emotions and feelings a place is important when you're grappling with the question of the meaning of life or of existence. For existentialists, trying to be too detached and rational when you ask such questions just won't do. Their reason makes sense. Human existence is defined by an active participation with things, by a way of coming at life. As far as the existentialists see it, the more involved and engaged existence is, the more emotion seems to play an essential part in understanding it. Reason can be a good way to analyze things, but it promotes an understanding of things from the outside, from an observer's point of view. As a result, using reason means being detached from the things you're thinking about. Because people aren't detached from existence, favoring reason as the way to understand life is self-defeating. As a result, existentialists think that trying to understand your life or existence requires incorporating a way of approaching it from the inside or through the very ways that people participate in existence itself. One way to do this, they think, is to pay close attention to moods. Existentialists think that moods play a primary role in providing insight into the ways your existence is structured. They emerge from your participation with life and so reveal how your existence is inherently participatory, and if you analyze them closely, they show you the basic components of that participation. Although some moods disclose to you how you are participating right now in the world, the existentialists are also interested in the moods that have the unique ability to reveal deeper truths about yourself and your existential situation. Specifically, existentialists are interested in the mood of anxiety. They believe that anxiety reveals that people are individual, that a kind of nothingness lies at the heart of themselves and the world, and that they're ultimately free as a consequence. These existential insights brought by anxiety are unsettling to most people. It's tough to think that nothingness lies at the foundation of what you are, and of what the world is, and that as a result you can find no external and firm answers about what you should do with your life. As a result, many people often try to escape from anxiety by losing themselves within the everyday participation with things in the world. They try to flee from what anxiety shows them. The existentialists, however, don't think we should do that. We need to grasp onto anxiety. It may make our lives unsettled and insecure, but it also makes our lives free. Are emotions key to understanding life? Everyone asks the big questions at least once or twice in their lives. Maybe you ask, what are the meaning and significance of life, or why am I here? Although asking these questions is common enough, it's not obvious at all how to approach them. Some questions are easy. If you want to know how heavy a cup is, you know to put it on a scale. But how do you approach the significance of life? After all, no one has a significance meter out there to put existence into. So where do you start? Well, at least one thing is clear. In today's culture, you're taught that meaningful answers to questions require that the questioner conduct her investigation from a distanced and unbiased perspective. As a result, people have long given preference to faculties like reason and the intellect in investigating important questions. In truth, there's good reason for that. Reason and the intellect do have a central place in many inquiries. But let's face it, this approach seems ill-suited to the big questions about life. After all, you can't ever be detached from existence or from your life to view it from an outsider's perspective. For the existentialist, living, or existing, is always participatory and involved. As a result, existentialism favors analysis that embraces a connection to what's being investigated. To analyze this way, existentialists think it's important to give feelings and emotions, particularly moods, a seat at the table. From their point of view, moods and emotions are good vehicles for providing insight into what they are as existing beings. Emotions, not traditionally valued by philosophers. Existentialism is a particular school of philosophy. Although existentialists value emotion, philosophy on the whole has had a complicated and somewhat unfriendly relationship with emotions and feelings over the course of 2,500 years. This isn't because philosophers think that humans are Vulcans, like Mr. Spock, a member of the emotionless, logical race of humanoids in Star Trek. They do recognize that emotions and feelings are a part of what you naturally are. But most philosophers think that emotions and feelings don't provide you with good, accurate knowledge about the sorts of things they investigate. The conventional wisdom is that emotions don't tell you about things, they tell you how you feel about those things. Given that all philosophy prides itself on its search for truth and knowledge of the various aspects of reality, you're probably not surprised that philosophers are naturally interested in also investigating the best methods available for performing that search. Its fancy name is epistemology. Emotions haven't fared well in that search. Valuing the objective. Why did philosophers turn in this direction? Well, if you think about it, what seems like a sound way to investigate things if you want to get at the truth about something? Clearly, you want to acquire the most accurate description of the thing being investigated. And most philosophers think that to do that, you need a way of investigating that can be considered objective. Being objective traditionally means that a critical examination of a subject is entirely unbiased and doesn't reflect the desires, needs, or interests of the questioner in any way. Is similar to the methodology of science or mathematics. Although philosophy isn't science, it often tries to mirror the methodology of science because it's believed to be objective. Like science, most philosophy aims to carefully locate and analyze data relevant to its inquiry in an unbiased and detached way. It then seeks to use reason and the intellect to analyze this data. Many people believe that objective conclusions about the subject matter can be reached in this way. Discounting the subjective. The central belief, one that has reigned in philosophy for thousands of years, is that using reason and the intellect allows the inquirer to perform investigations in a way that rises above prejudice and bias. Philosophers think that reason and the intellect can grasp the object being considered and look at it in a logical way that allows for detached observation. Plato's charioteer of reason. Plato, 427, 347 BC, was one of the first philosophers. He lived in ancient Greece and was a great admirer of Socrates. In his dialogue Phaedrus, written around 370 BC, Plato presents his analogy of a chariot for understanding the structure of the human soul. According to Plato, the soul has three parts. First is the charioteer, who plays the role of reason. The charioteer is guiding two horses, one white and one black. The white horse's spirit or drive. It doesn't cause the charioteer any trouble. The black horse, however, is unruly, and the charioteer needs to continually pull it back toward the proper direction. The black horse represents the irrational passions and feelings. Left unguided, the black horse will take off in any number of directions, depending on how it's affected by the different situations it encounters. Clearly, this undisciplined behavior on the part of the emotions disrupts the chariot as a whole, which represents you, in the task of living. The job of reason, the charioteer, is to guide the passions in the right way, in accord with truth and the good, things that only reason itself can know about. From this point of view, feelings or emotions just don't stack up very well as tools to use in critical investigations. When you allow feelings to enter into the picture, your investigation takes on a subjective coloring. The inquiry is inevitably affected by your personal biases because your feelings reflect your own needs and interests. If that's right, it's thought that you wind up with a skewed investigation and an inaccurate description of things if you involve emotions or feelings. As a result, most philosophers would agree with the common claim that feelings can cause you to get too wrapped up in the situation to see things clearly. For the most part, with a few notable exceptions, when philosophy recognizes feelings and emotions as having an important place in life, they're always subordinated to reason. For example, philosophers agree that of course it's silly to think that you shouldn't feel in certain ways in certain situations, because you're not a Vulcan, after all, but they always suggest that reason should guide how you understand things, the way in which you express those feelings, or how the feelings motivate and influence action. Most philosophers think that reason should always have the upper hand because it, and not the feelings themselves, provides insight into the truth about the world and about life. Emotion, a source of insight in existentialism. Existentialism is at odds with most philosophy because it favors the use of emotions and feelings as vehicles for disclosing important insights into the nature of life. Existentialists start by claiming that people are always deeply immersed within life. As a result, trying to detach yourself from life to investigate it from a disengaged point of view is futile. Instead, a proper investigation of life or existence requires methods that acknowledge the participatory nature of that existence. A proper investigation strives to inspect existence while engaged within it. The central way to do this is to turn to feelings and emotions, specifically moods. Detachment versus attachment, lying around versus participating. Philosophers traditionally think that the best investigation of a subject is an objective and unbiased one. This view, however, requires that you adopt a very particular understanding of the relationship between the knower and the known. Think about it. To know something objectively requires you to be detached from that thing. So knowing objectively presumes that you are independent and separate from the thing you're investigating. Detachment may be the way to go for some kinds of investigations. But the existentialists are deeply concerned with the meaning of your existence or with the significance of your life in general. Is life something that you can separate yourself from and view from an independent perspective? If the answer is no, you may want to reject a detached form of analysis as inappropriate for inquiring into the meaning of life. Instead, you may want to think about ways of gaining insights that embrace attachment and connection, as opposed to distance and detachment. Existentialists vehemently deny the possibility of investigating life in a detached manner. So you should always remember that they strongly believe that humans are deeply immersed within life. To the existentialist, being immersed in life, or existing in the sense that you are interested in investigating, means participation. If that's right, the existentialist seems to be arguing that things can exist in two different ways and that you can examine those types of things in two different ways. The existence you're concerned with when you ask, "What's the meaning of life?" isn't the kind of existence that you attribute to tables and chairs. The two kinds of existence are participatory, existential existence, detached, lying around existence. Tables and chairs aren't engaged with existence. Their existence is passive, they just lie about. When you say that a table exists, what you really mean is that it's there and so takes up space. Your own existence, or life, doesn't just lie about like a thing does. If you're interested in understanding more about these different ways of existing, check out chapters 6 and 7. As a result, when you ask about the meaning of life or existence, you surely don't mean what does it mean to take up space. Instead, you're asking a very different question. Really, you're asking about the nature of active, participatory existence. You want to know what's the significance of my way of existing, which is different from the existence of a chair. You have no way to detach from your own participation with existence, so you should approach and understand your existence through an analysis of how living itself happens or what it's like to be a participator. Feeling emotions means being involved. Because you can't detach yourself from your existence, you need to find a way to tap into the deep involvement that's characteristic of your participatory way of existing. By tapping into that engagement and involvement, perhaps you can disclose worthwhile insights into the questions about life's significance. From the existential perspective, feelings, or emotions or moods are the most natural candidates for tapping into the existential involvement that's characteristic of your way of existing. Ethics, reason or feeling. A cultural bias in today's society indicates that if you want to come to a right and accurate solution to an ethical situation, you're required to detach yourself from the situation and think about its relevant variables by using reason or the intellect. This approach was directly championed by Immanuel Kant, in a work written in 1790. He believed that reason alone, and not feeling, could allow a person to access moral truth. In modern society, this bias toward moral detachment has even led to odd gender biases about ethical capacity. Because women are typically seen as being more naturally emotional, it is held that they have a hard time removing themselves from what are taken to be irrelevant emotional variables in an ethical situation. As a result, it's believed that their way of approaching ethics is less advanced because their emotional analyses leave them with inaccurate and suspect conclusions. Men, who are thought to employ reason more naturally, and therefore would be more likely to detach from the analysis of the situation at hand, are thought to be more likely to reach accurate ethical conclusions. You're probably not surprised that feminist philosophers have attacked this bias and countered with arguments championing the role of the emotions and feeling in ethical thinking. Why feelings and emotions and moods? Well, no other faculties are more directly immersed in life. The ways you're affected by things, or the ways your attitudes tend to dominate, structure the ways you participate with life. Feelings can be visceral. They seem to provide a nitty-gritty commentary on how people participate in the project of living, even if the insights they provide aren't necessarily intellectual. In championing this approach to gaining awareness of insights about the human condition, some existentialists stress positive emotions such as joy and love. Others, perhaps more famously, tend to emphasize the insights that can be gleaned from looking at what at least appear to be the more negative or darker, though they need not be seen in that way, emotions, such as nausea, anxiety, boredom, and alienation. Existentialists favor the use of emotion as a tool for gaining insight into existence, but they don't reject reason as a powerful source of knowledge. They aren't irrationalists. They don't reject reason. Instead, they believe that if you use only the intellect when you investigate big questions concerning life, you limit what you'll find. Seems reasonable, doesn't it? Recognizing the insights that moods provide. Existentialists tend to favor the analysis of mood in approaching the big questions about the meaning of life or in trying to understand at a deeper level what it means to say that a person, as an individual, exists. One primary point that they make is that attention to your moods reveals that your existence is special and that it is best understood in terms of how you exist, as opposed to what your existence looks like. When you turn to these how questions, you discover through moods that you are always deeply immersed within the world in a way. Specifically, you're always emotionally tuned into your unique life situations in particular ways. In existing, the world of everyday objects and other people is revealed as not only intrinsically connected, but also inescapably flavored and disclosed in specific ways that correspond to the mood you're in. Existentialists also believe that some moods are more primordial or basic to existence than others. Everyday moods. These moods reveal more about your specific relationships with beings in the world or with the things that populate the everyday aspects of life. Existential moods. These other kinds of moods bypass the everyday and disclose insights about the very structure of existence itself, or about how you are related to being in the world in general, as opposed to how you are related to specific things within the world itself. As you see toward the end of this chapter, the existential moods, such as anxiety, are most important to the existentialists. When you face up to what anxiety shows you about how you exist, you're given the sorts of insights that you need to truly take charge of your life and become truly free. Your moods disclose how you exist. When you bump into a person you know, it's considered polite to ask her how are you doing, or how is it going. From an existential perspective, these questions are inquiring about a very basic kind of awareness or understanding that all people have about the character of their own existence. These insights are revealed through moods. When you hear the word existence thrown around, ask, what kind of existence? If the word is being used to refer to detached existence, the kind that applies to objects, you know that the inquiry will typically turn toward a description of the kinds of properties a thing can have when someone looks at it from the third-person, scientific point of view. Think of a baseball. It has a detached existence. So when you wonder about its existence, you say that it's characterized by properties such as being round and having a certain mass. It's detached because having those properties doesn't require any kind of inward activity on the part of the thing. The ball can just passively lie there and have those features. Because of this, you can tell what kind of properties characterize an object's existence by just looking at it from a distanced or spectator's perspective. You, on the other hand, have a participatory existence, the kind that applies to being a subject. One way to grasp participatory existence is to think of a kind of existence that's specific to the inside looking out. To get a feel for what this means, look around. Sense the activity of living or existing, the sensation of actually engaging with the world that's present at every moment of your life. You don't have to be doing anything special. You can just be sitting there. But it's clear that from the inside, some kind of engagement is going on. It's a kind of existence that's different from that of the ball. The engagement you sense is the basic dimension, not exhaustive, though, of participatory existence. If you want to know what participatory existence is like or what it's all about, descriptions such as round or red or heavy don't seem appropriate at all. But you aren't like the baseball or any other kind of object. You can't talk about the kind of participatory existence subjects have by looking at them as though they're objects outside you. On the contrary, you can't describe how a subject exists without being a subject yourself. As the old saying goes, it takes one to know one. The reason is obvious. Understanding this kind of existence can't be separated from actually living in that way. When a friend asks you how it's going, she's asking about participatory existence. She wants to know how you're existing right now. She wants you to characterize or describe how your participatory existence is going right now. Of course, most people don't consciously know that this is what they're asking. But because the questioner is a subject herself, she has a kind of implicit awareness of what she's asking about. It's the sort of thing that goes without saying. When you answer, she knows what you mean in a way that goes beyond words. So what kind of answer should you give? Well, think about it. What kind of answers do you typically give? According to existentialists such as Martin Heidegger, people respond by talking about their moods. Instead of saying, "I'm participating roundly lately" or "I'm very circular today," you say things like "I'm sad" or "I'm pretty ecstatic." Mood descriptions fit only subjects and the specific participatory existence they embody. Saying that you're in a round way today would seem odd, just as odd as saying that a baseball is sad. Objects and subjects each have a kind of existence particular to them and a specific set of descriptions that goes along with that type of existing. When you respond to a question about how you are, you're essentially telling the other person how you find yourself at that time. In fact, Heidegger has a German term for this. He calls it Befindlichkeit. When you ask a person what's up, that's what you're asking. How do you find yourself to exist right now? You're saying, freeze frame for a second and sense your existence. Okay, what's it like right now? Moods are the flavors of life. Existentialists favor the use of moods to give you insight into your own basic way of existing. But what exactly do moods tell you? According to the existentialists, when you think about mood, it turns out that it shows you that the way you exist as a subject has a complicated, though necessary, structure. Specifically, moods tell you that you always exist somewhere, and you don't have much control over the fact that your way of existing is always situated. Where you're situated matters to you or is significant to you. So you always take positions on it by being affected by the somewhere you exist. The position you take reveals the way in which you are where you are. It reveals the flavor or taste of your existence in that situation. Your existence is always situated, whether you like it or not. This point highlights a central existential truth about the nature of life. You can't exist in a way that's separate from the concrete situations that you find yourself in. That's part of what you are. You're always engaging some worldly situation or other. Moods reveal this situation to you because they seem to point you to where you are. In a way, a mood is like a way of being connected to the specific world you find yourself in at a given time. When you're sad, this world is what's sad. When you're bored, this world is what's shown to be boring. The fact that you're always situated within a particular world isn't something you can change. It's a fundamental part of what you are. Where you are matters to you, so you always take positions on where you are by being affected by the somewhere you exist. If this point is right, existing, or living, as a subject means always being open to the situations you're in. You're open to those situations because they always matter to you. Existing means being deeply involved in the situations you find yourself in. Unlike Switzerland, you're never neutral toward your world. You're always touched by it. This isn't surprising. Those situations aren't separate from you but are a part of your very existence. This close connection, the existentialists suggest, marks the fact that your way of existing doesn't include just being somewhere or in some situation, but also means being disposed toward that situation in some way. Your way of being disposed toward the world is characterized by the mood you're in. Because you're always somewhere, and because awareness of that somewhere comes through your mood, Heidegger suggests that you are never free of moods. It's true, isn't it? You may be calm, annoyed, pensive, or sad, but you're always in some mood or other. If the existentialists are right, that makes sense. Imagine that you and the situations you encounter in life are connected through an interface, and that interface is mood. Existing just means being oriented toward those situations through some interface or other. Seen in this way, moods can't be seen as something merely in you or as simply outside you. Instead, they're the medium through which you're connected to the world itself. Existing, as a result, always has a certain type of flavor. If you didn't have a mood, you wouldn't exist, because not having a mood would mean not being somewhere, but you can't do that. The position you take reveals the way in which you are where you are. The last point follows the first two. If existing means being somewhere, and if being somewhere means that you are interfaced with that situation in a particular way, you're affected by the situation in a way that's colored or flavored by that mood. Basically, you're always affected. It's what you are. In a way, Descartes, who said, "I think, therefore I am," got it wrong. It's really "I'm moody, therefore I am." Being affected also means that your orientation toward your life gets organized in a certain way. If the world appears sad, something, you, is down. Mood reveals your way of being engaged with the situations that you can't escape from. This is important, because moods tend to structure the ways in which you think about interacting with that world. When you're down, only certain possibilities in a situation appear real to you. When you're ecstatic, a different set of possibilities appears to be real. If part of existing is interacting with what's possible, moods seem to play a central role. These significant points show that your way of existing presupposes an inescapable connection to a world that you're always within. This point is a pretty serious one when you consider that some people think that humans can exist apart from the world. In addition, it suggests that your most basic way of being connected to the world comes from a kind of emotional or mood-based attachment, not through reason or intellect. Last, it shows that you, as an existing being, are always in a mode of active participation with the world around you. You're always tuned into the world. Existentialists point out that mood is an essential and basic aspect of your way of existing. If you attend to your moods, you always find yourself disposed toward the world in one sense or another. If you look closer, however, you find that because the world feels a certain way to you, the objects within it tend to look a certain way to you. As a result, mood tunes you into a specific world. Heidegger insists that in pretty much every moment of your life, you're in, or not in, the mood for this, or that. Sometimes mood leads you to be open or closed off to doing certain things because they structure what seems possible to you in that situation. Of course, the most cliched example is sex. Sometimes you're just not in the mood. As a result, certain ways of approaching situations with a spouse or lover simply don't occur to you at that time. Sometimes you're in the mood, then things look and feel different. From an existential point of view, what does this mean, though? It says that the way in which things in the world appear to you has a feel. Things in the world aren't just blue or heavy or textured. They're also fearsome or engaging or interesting or funny or sexy. It's important to realize, though, that you aren't projecting these moods onto the world. It's not as though the world is moodless, and then you come along and color the world with your moods. The fact that you find yourself in the world, or in this situation or that, already includes moods. Sometimes, in fact, certain moods descend upon you, often against your will. Moods are the flavor of your existence. Think again about being in the mood for sex. Bodies look appealing. They look desirable. When you're not in the mood, those same bodies look different. They look unappealing, or at least boring or uninteresting. Or think about being in a sad mood. When you're sad, the world looks like a sad place to live in. When you're in a sad mood, you tend to focus on what appears depressing to you. You turn into a glass half empty type of person. You can't help it, your way of being, in that moment, has this or that feel. The world is sad, and you're tuned into it. As we point out earlier in this chapter, it's a mistake to think that moods are in you and that you project them onto a neutral world, or even that a neutral world causes you to be in a mood. Instead, as Heidegger puts it, mood comes neither from outside nor from inside, but arises out of being in the world. What Heidegger means is that you don't first exist in the world and then interpret it. Instead, the fact that you exist means that your existence already has a mood, it already has a background that's functioning as the interpretative background for the situation you're in. All these points come together to highlight the fact that the German word Stimmung, which means mood, also means tuning. This connection reflects nicely what the existentialist is saying. Basically, because existing always means being in a specific mood, it also means being tuned into the things within that world in a specific way. Your moods lead you to sense a very particular world. Everyday moods and existential moods. Moods provide you with an important way of sensing or feeling your own existence. Moods reveal that you are always actively involved in life and that the world in which you live always matters to you, it's always significant. Your mood flavors the way in which it appears as significant. Some moods go farther, however, they allow you to sense your existence at a much deeper level, penetrating farther into what it means to exist as a subject, as opposed to an object. These moods reveal possibly disturbing insights about what lies at the core of your specific way of existing in the world as a subject. When the existentialists talk about moods, always think what type of mood. The two basic kinds both refer to a different way in which your engagement with the world can be flavored. Each of those different ways of engaging with the world points to different notions of what it means to be connected to the world. There are two basic ways of thinking about how you can be connected to the world. Each type of connection comes with moods specific to it. Think of your basic connection to the world as having the following two worldly dimensions. The everyday world, this is the collection of individual things that you encounter in normal, everyday routine. The everyday world is composed of objects like chairs, mountains, people, and cars. The existential world, instead of the objects in your experience, you're affected by the world of significance taken as a whole. This world is the collection of the ways in which the objects of your routine can appear meaningful to you. Be careful, this point is weird and abstract, and confusing these two notions of the world is easy. Take the everyday world. When you're in a happy mood, the objects, or things within your everyday, routine world are colored in terms of happiness. You've no doubt experienced this before. When you're in a good mood, you see the silver lining in everything. You become a glass half full person. To you, the world just is a happy place. You see the upside of everything around you. We call these everyday moods because they relate to your everyday, worldly experience. Your moods are focused on this or that set of things within your normal experience. Contrast this everyday world with the existential notion of world. To see this world, don't think of what you're specifically doing right now. Instead, pull back and try to understand your engagement with the world in a much more general and abstract way. Think about how part of what you are requires being engaged with a world in the first place, a world of meaning. So you're not affected by a world of objects, but by systems of meaning. Try this example: when you're in everyday moods, the way in which your workplace appears to you can be very different. It can be a place full of possibility or of a depressing, fatalistic routine that oppresses you and that you hate. But in existential moods, you begin to wonder not what your relationship is to your job, but what your relationship is to the different ways in which your job can affect you. In the existential moods, you gain a different kind of insight into your existence. You begin to gain insight into the question, how am I related to the possible set of meanings that can be used to structure my world and my experience? It's important to see that the existential world gets at a much deeper level of your existence. When you penetrate this deep, you're pretty much at the ground floor of your existence. In Heidegger's language, your moods are no longer focused on revealing beings in the world, stuff lying around in your everyday world, but on revealing the mysterious phenomenon of being in the world, what it means to be in the world in the first place. Just as much as your way of engaging with everyday things in your world can be flavored by everyday moods like happiness, fear, sadness, and irritation, to name a few, your way of engaging with the existential world is flavored by mood. For the existentialists, the primary existential mood that governs this relationship is anxiety, which is translated in some existential works as angst or dread. Doesn't sound like an enticing mood, eh? Well, no one ever said that revealing insights about the fundamental core of your existence shouldn't be unsettling, at least just a bit. Anxiety, the existentialist's favorite mood. Anxiety is, by and large, the most important mood for existentialists. Like all moods, anxiety plays an important role in disclosing insights about your existence to you. Everyday moods tell you how you find yourself tossed into and immersed within the specific worldly situations you are always inevitably in. On the other hand, existential moods such as anxiety disclose insights about you as an existing thing. Anxiety reveals insights about how you are related to the world in a far more basic and fundamental way. The fact that your basic existential situation is revealed through anxiety is revealing from the start. It implies that when you begin to become aware of your nature as an existing being, as opposed to being merely aware of your life within the everyday world of your routine, you become unsettled and uneasy. Although this is true, existentialists start by emphasizing that although anxiety is unsettling, anxiety shouldn't be confused with fear. Anxiety shows you the following things about the meaning of your existence in a general, big-picture way. Anxiety affects you by making the everyday world of your routine seem insignificant and meaningless. The ways in which the world is given, or has been given, meaning and significance have no firm or necessary foundation. No possibility before you seems to address you. Anxiety also shows you that you are an individual and therefore you aren't defined by the way the world has been given meaning and significance by those around you. In fact, the ways in which you've understood your own identity in terms of the world aren't essential to what you are. So just as much of the world has no necessary structure or meaning, neither do you. Anxiety discloses your attraction to and repulsion from the insight that you are radically free to give your existence significance in ways of your own choosing. In the upcoming sections, we look at the difference between anxiety and fear. From there, we turn to how anxiety shows you that the world, and you yourself, have no necessary essence or meaning, that both contain a kind of nothingness at their core. We then look at how these insights are not only disturbing, after all, they seem to leave you without a firm sense of what the world and your own self are, but also needed for you to be free. Distinguishing anxiety from fear. If you're experiencing anxiety, you know it. You feel very unsettled and shaken. Anxiety is a nail-biting mood. But don't mistake this mood for fear, even if it does have some similarities with it. Fear and anxiety are focused on very different things. A person who's anxious is apprehensive and uneasy. She's shaken. She feels uncomfortable and uncertain. This description sounds like fear, because when you're fearful, you're afraid of something that threatens you, and in the face of that thing, you feel unsettled and shaken. But fear and anxiety are actually different. Fear is directed at and discloses specific objects in the world. Anxiety isn't about anything in the world at all. Fear can be resolved by attending to the objects that it points to. Anxiety can't be resolved in any worldly way at all. The next two sections explain these differences. The direction of fear versus anxiety. Fear is always about something, or some things, in the world. Fear relates to your apprehension in the face of something that you can experience in your everyday life. Anxiety shares some of these characteristics. Like fear, it's directed at something, and it makes you apprehensive. But unlike fear, anxiety isn't directly focused on anything in the world. It's as though nothing is the object of anxiety. The object of anxiety is just everywhere, and nowhere, in a way. Existentialists have different ways of explaining this. First, they think that fear has a worldly target, that dog over there with the big teeth, whereas anxiety has your very existence as a whole as its target. Anxiety seems to be focused on the way in which you exist in the world, as opposed to any specific thing that you may be oriented toward within that world. You might say that anxiety has an existential target, and fear has a psychological target. As an existential mood, anxiety reveals and discloses insights about what you are as an existing entity. So anxiety reveals insights into what it means to be the kind of being who must, to exist, be connected to a world in a participatory way. As a result, because anxiety is focused at your existence on this very deep level, it reveals fundamental insights about the way in which you and the world are related. So anxiety is aimed at the big picture, and fear is focused on smaller things within the picture. The resolution of fear versus anxiety. If you're afraid of sharks, it's a good bet that when you go to the beach, you get apprehensive when you go near the water. If you're afraid of heights, you're terrified when you're in high places. Well, these things can be easily taken care of. Avoid the objects that cause you fear. Move to Arkansas if you're afraid of sharks. Live in Kansas on the plains if heights bother you. Easy enough. You can actually take steps or reorganize your projects in the world in ways that allow you to deal with your fear. Anxiety is very different. Because it's not directed at anything in the world, nothing about your routine or your worldly projects can affect it or make it go away. That doesn't mean that people don't try. People who experience existential anxiety often mistake its cause for something in the world. Many times people mistake anxiety for fear and try to avoid this or that fearful situation but find that the sense of being unsettled remains. In fact, the only way to deal with anxiety is to face it, and that means grappling, at a fundamental level, with what it means for you to exist as all. That requires a different task from deciding what specifically to do in the world itself. Existentialists are united in agreeing that people normally don't confront their anxiety when it pops up. After all, anxiety isn't comfortable, it's a perturbed, apprehensive, unsettled mood. As a result, people often try to distract themselves with worldly projects to avoid it. They desperately start rearranging their world in an attempt to shake themselves from the clutches of its mood. However, even if you are successful temporarily, anxiety is always there, waiting for you to re-experience it. This is because anxiety is the fundamental mood that corresponds to what you are, to your very nature as an existing being. There's no escape from anxiety. After all, hiding from yourself is like chasing your tail. Anxiety will always be there, waiting around the corner for you to lower your guard. So perhaps you should face it. After all, within anxiety lie key insights into your very being. Why not take a look? Having anxiety means you're an individual, like it or not. One of the first things that anxiety reveals is that you're an individual. Sounds nice, right? Everyone wants to, or claims to want to, be an individual. Unfortunately, when anxiety reveals that insight, it's a little jarring, because it means a bit more than you probably think it does. A long time ago, co-author Chris had a very serious car wreck. For some reason, a heavy bout of existential anxiety followed it. He remembers it like it were yesterday. After the wreck, nothing in life, or in the world, seemed to have the same level of pizzazz that it had before. All the different reasons for going about his regular routine and interacting with this or that plan or project seemed equally futile and pointless. All the meanings that structured his world seemed foreign. The world as a whole, instead of just specific things within it, can commonly become flavored or colored this way in the mood of anxiety. As Heidegger put it, in anxiety, the world of the everyday tends to fade away and leave an uncanny and unfamiliar world behind in its place. The things that compose the everyday world of your normal life just seem pointless and alien to you. Like any mood, anxiety discloses the world in a certain way and structures your way of interacting with it. Unlike other moods, however, anxiety shows you that your typical way of living in the world, in what Kierkegaard called immediacy, isn't true to what you are. When you live in immediacy, you forget the question of your existence. You no longer think of yourself as a subject who must grapple with the question of how to live your life in a meaningful way. Instead, in immediacy, you get lost in the everyday, in the world of things and the meanings that have been assigned to those things and those projects by others. Your life becomes robotic. Anxiety, on the other hand, individuates. It shows you that what you are, or your significance, isn't defined passively by the meanings you find in the world, those meanings given by others. Anxiety does this by ripping you out of your routine and making it hard for you to re-engage with it. If you've ever suddenly thought, whoa, 3 years just went by, you know the feeling of waking up after almost sleepwalking through your life. You get the unmistakable impression that you've been asleep for years and that you just now woke up to that realization. You were sleepwalking in a way, almost living on autopilot. What's that like? Well, when you're on autopilot, you tend to do the things that are expected of you in your world. You pay close attention to what the world and those in the world tell you that you should do, and you follow those plans. You see yourself as a mere reflection of those exterior meanings. You don't really question anything. That's immediacy, and getting lost in its grip is easy because it's so tranquil and comfortable. Anxiety and immediacy, however, are like oil and vinegar. The mood of anxiety shatters immediacy by coloring your world in a way that shakes you and yells, "Wake up!" Misunderstanding what this insight means is easy to do. The existentialists aren't saying that you aren't meant to have engagements with the world or that you should run off and join a monastery. On the contrary, part of your nature is to participate in the world, to have plans and projects. What anxiety discloses to you, however, is that you're not just an object in the world, like a chair or a ball. Objects in the world are like tools. They have significance only when it's assigned to them from the outside. When you live in immediacy, it's as though you've accepted significance from the public or from them or from the crowd that dictates the meaning of the world that you find yourself immersed within. By allowing the world, and your own role as an existing subject, to be defined by them, you allow the public world to dictate your significance, just like it dictates the significance of a tool. When you stop questioning your relationship with life or the world as a whole, you stop asking the big questions about life. You start living like a tool or an object, a thing that lacks that ability in the first place. The only way to rescue yourself is to grapple once more with those big questions. Anxiety puts you in the position to do that by overwhelming you in a mood that breaks you out of your immediacy and creates a space for you to once again ask those important questions. Sensing nothingness everywhere. When the existential mood of anxiety strikes, it's never aimed at anything particular in the world. You can't point to anything as its cause. Why are you anxious? Someone may ask. Oh, it's nothing, you may reply. Oddly enough, you'd be right. Anxiety is a mood that senses the nothingness, or lack of foundation, at the core of the world and of yourself. One thing is for sure, sensing nothingness isn't a comforting experience. What is this nothing? We know what you're thinking, and no, that's not a trick question. You're thinking that nothing can't be something, because then it wouldn't be nothing at all. For the existentialists, however, a kind of nothingness does actually pervade your existence, and only mood can reveal it to you. In fact, life is shot through with nothingness from all sides. As Sartre put it, nothingness is coiled in the heart of being. Strange, isn't it? The nothing of the world. For the existentialists, part of what it means for you to exist is to always find yourself participating with the world in some way. You always find yourself there, or somewhere, in some situation. And being in a situation means being affected in certain ways. You're always in some mood or other, and as a result, the things in the world stand out to you in certain ways. But think about this, isn't it true that the way that a specific situation affects you, or even the mood that you fall under, is heavily dependent on the specific world into which you were born? If you'd been born in ancient Rome, a whole host of different ways of participating, interacting, and being affected by life would have been open to you. For the existentialists, that doesn't just mean that certain moods are found only in certain time periods or historical circumstances, but also that ways in which the world, and yourself, can look to you are just as bound to the features of the world in which you live. To use Heidegger's terminology, part of what it means to be you is to realize that you are thrown into this situation, into a world that has this past and this history and this culture surrounding it. You surely didn't put yourself there. Nonetheless, there you are. And that shows that the ways in which you can understand yourself and the world, or the ways in which you can be affected by the world, are already given to you as a part of your thrown nature. You're thrown, against your will, into the whole enchilada. When anxiety separates you from the world by yanking you out of your routine, it brings this insight into the foreground. You begin to become aware of the accidental nature of the system of meanings you've been thrown into. You realize that you surely didn't have to be born here. You realize that the way you understand and approach things isn't necessary at all. Hey, wait a minute, you seem to say to yourself. I've been tricked. This is just a way of looking at things, not the way. There are other possibilities for me. One way to think of it is to say that anxiety reveals to you that the world, the whole system of meanings that you are thrown into, rests on nothing at all. The world has no reason to be structured this way, as opposed to some other way. Clearly, this isn't the way the world feels when you aren't anxious. When you're immersed within the everyday world, trapped within immediacy, or when you're robotically performing your regular routines, the meanings and significance of the way that the world is structured seem natural and obvious. How could it be any other way, you seem to think? Anxiety reveals that all those systems of meaning are just castles built on sand. The meanings and systems of significance that structure your world have no real foundation outside themselves. As a result, the way your world is put together isn't necessary. The world, seen in this way, rests on nothing. In fact, there really isn't even a convincing reason that the world as a whole has to exist in the first place. Why not total nothingness instead? In anxiety, everything around you just seems completely accidental. The nothing that is you. It certainly isn't very comforting to think that the significance of the world, as you've been thrown into it, isn't grounded in anything final or ultimately substantial. Unfortunately, that's not the worst of it. If it's true that the meanings that make up your world are entirely accidental and groundless, where does that leave you as the being who exists in that world? When anxiety pulls you out of your everyday life and shows you its lack of grounding, the mood itself makes it impossible for you to identify or understand yourself in terms of any of the meanings and significance that are given by that world. After all, those meanings don't speak to the you that anxiety reveals. They're just a set of meanings you've been thrown into. They apply to anyone but to no one individual in particular. In a very real way, you begin to sense yourself as different from those meanings in some way. Think about this for a second, because it's a pretty weird result. Up until the moment of anxiety, the only way you understood yourself was in terms of the public, ungrounded world of your routine. Perhaps you understand yourself as a father or as an American. Both roles come with a whole set of meanings and ways of understanding the world and yourself. So if anxiety reveals to you that those meanings are groundless, it seems to suggest that they don't necessarily form the basis for your self-understanding. What you are is independent from those meanings in some sense. After you see this, you see that anxiety reveals that you, in addition to the world, are nothing as well. Nothing ultimately grounds what your identity is, or what you choose to do in life, or the plans or projects you should find important. Face it, without the world's system of pre-given meanings, you don't at the moment have any way to finally define yourself. Anxiety forces you to lose your clothes. It leaves you feeling naked and vulnerable. It's no surprise that it's so unsettling. So who are you? Anxiety shows you that you really are nothing. You don't have an essence. What a position to be in. The world is groundless and supported by nothing. Moreover, you have no essence either. In anxiety, you seem to have nowhere safe to turn. You're hemmed in by nothingness on all sides. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out why people tend to want to avoid anxiety. For most, even getting a glimpse of what anxiety reveals makes them freak out. In response, they run, full speed ahead, back into the immediate world of their routine, into the familiar world in which they can get lost again. We talk about this tactic more in Chapter 10. They want to forget what they've seen. They want to return to the prefabricated world of supposedly secure meanings that they can just fit themselves back into. To think in terms of the movies, the tendency is to want to be put back into the matrix. Immediacy, your routine, after Morpheus, the representation of anxiety, in this case, has pulled you out. For most people, if they knew what Morpheus's red pill was going to reveal to them, they'd quickly choose the blue pill and forget the whole thing. Put me back into the matrix, they'd yell. If you've seen the movie, some characters demand just that. Revealing the dizziness of freedom. The existentialists claim that anxiety reveals the nothingness at the core of you and your world is closely linked to the claim that anxiety discloses to you that you're free. No one starts off wanting to be nothing. We don't remember ever starting off that way. Heck, who would? Telling someone that she's nothing is usually an insult. At the very least, it's surely not comforting. Instead, you usually feel a strong desire to define yourself in terms of the meanings that the world around you provides for you, free of charge. You want to be able to say that you are this way or that way. You want to be able to talk as though these descriptions, whatever they are properties that you have, as a self, the way cups have properties like weight and color. Those properties, you suggest, explain you to yourself and to others by pointing out your nature. Understanding yourself passively in terms of the meanings given to you explains why you do things. It basically takes the responsibility for who you are out of your hands. That's just what I am, you can always say. Perhaps you're a dad. As a result, you argue, you must do certain things, just like a cup that falls does so because it has mass. When you talk that way, however, you take away your freedom. Of course, you can always not do what a dad does, or you can redefine what it means to be a dad. The cup can't do that. You drop it, and its mass will hurl it down toward the ground. You're free to redefine yourself. Cups aren't. Anxiety shows you that you have the power to create yourself, because you aren't essentially any of the roles or meanings that your world assigns to you. You are possibility. Nothingness means freedom. Avoiding the desire to run from anxiety into these false self-portraits of what we are, given to us by society, is important to the existentialists. You need to come face to face with what you are, and an important aspect of your nature, revealed in the insight into your own nothingness, is possibility. If you're not defined by any essence, either within yourself or one given to you by the world, you're free to direct yourself in any number of ways that are open to you by the situation you find yourself in. In short, anxiety provides an insight into nothingness that discloses to your nature as possibility, and so your freedom is made apparent to you. Part of what you are rests in the fact that you find yourself tossed into a particular world of meanings. You don't have much choice over that. It's also true that you aren't defined by it. Together, a few points follow. You aren't free to do anything at all. You weren't born into ancient Rome, so seeing, experiencing, or feeling the world as an ancient Roman isn't something you can do. But your particular past, your history, and your situation do in fact open a tremendous number of possibilities for you. After you see this fact, you recognize that although you don't decide what system of meanings you've been thrown into, it's up to you to figure out how to interpret or rearrange them. We talk more about this notion, which Heidegger calls repetition, in Chapter 9. Basically, it's up to you to give meanings to the meanings your world provides. So your nature, revealed to you by anxiety, comes with a kind of responsibility or burden. In every second of your existence, anxiety shows you, nothing about the world forces you to choose any path at all. You're always free. That's the burden of life that you bear and that anxiety makes clear to you. You're even free from yourself. If you're always free, you're also always free from yourself. How can that be, though? Think of it this way: all the actions, vows, or ways of interpreting things that are characteristic of your own past self can't guarantee that you'll do anything specific right now. After you make certain decisions or commitments, that past self becomes something that you have to give meaning and significance to in your present situation. Maybe you think your past self was nuts. Maybe not. If that's true, you're not identical to your past self. You can always steer the ship in a different direction. Being a self is a continual process, a continual journey of making choices about what and who you are. At the same time, you need to be aware that the you existing now will become a past self. And this awareness makes you think about the future in a new way. Every time you make a choice or a vow, or choose a direction of life for yourself, you see that it's up to your future self to decide what the meaning of your present actions is. So you're not identical to your future self, and at the same time, you're not identical to your past self. In fact, as we show in Chapter 11, Nietzsche thinks that this project of constantly reassessing oneself in light of present experience is important to the process of living authentically. This idea can be very unsettling. Co-author Chris knows what this feels like because he has an acute problem with vertigo. For one thing, he hates getting on ski lifts. But why? The fear of falling isn't what unsettles him. He's unsettled by the fear that he will give in to the fear of falling and just toss himself off the lift. No matter how he tries to assure himself that it's safe and that he has nothing to worry about, he knows that his future self, the one who's terrified on the lift, is under no compulsion to see things the same way he sees them now, before he gets on the lift. Anxiety reveals that your future self may in fact do something that you are now under no power to ultimately prevent. This view of yourself can be scary. At each moment, you must choose. Time pushes you along, and at each moment, you decide how to reinterpret the situation you're in by electing to take one path and not another. As a result, anxiety reveals a radical freedom at the core of your existence, but with it comes a heavy sense of responsibility. You're tossed into a particular way of being, one that must always, continuously, address the question of how to live. It's a great responsibility, and it's up to you to pick it up or run from it. Of course, you can try to stop the anxiety, and you can try to rid yourself of these feelings. The path to do so is very clear. Just reject the insight into nothingness and grab hold of something external to you as the reason why you make the choices you do. You'll fall into some preset structure of living provided to you by the world around you. Of course, in doing this, you turn from your anxiety and fail to live in an honest way. The existentialists insist that you not do this. You can live in the face of your anxiety. It's hard, but no one ever said that living life to the fullest should be an easy thing to do. A love-hate relationship with anxiety. Anxiety, freedom, and nothingness are all subjects that most people are ambivalent about. They seem to have a love-hate relationship with it all. On the one hand, anxiety reveals to you the awe-inspiring nature of what you are, and it opens existence to you as a great mystery that you can dive into. Yes, you can. You have the ability to take hold of your own existence. On the other hand, engaging with existence without some comforting support that you are doing things right is dreadfully nerve-wracking. Anxiety frees you, but it also takes away the illusion you previously had, and that illusion made your life neat, clean, and comfortable. Noticing this dual nature, Kierkegaard called anxiety, specifically in its disclosure of freedom, a sympathetic antipathy and an antipathetic sympathy. That's a mouthful. What did he mean? Try to recall an experience in which you came face to face with something dreadful and scary, but also seductively mysterious at the same time. When co-author Chris was a little kid, that usually related to the great mysteries of the dark. The dark always contained all the things that hid behind the everyday world and lurked in the shadows, always eerily present but never actually seen. The thing that really freaked Chris out was his dark closet, especially when it was nighttime, the comforts of daytime weren't present, and Mom and Dad were asleep. The dark closet, that's where they are. Who were they to the kid Chris? He didn't know. That's what freaked him out. That's why the closet was mysterious and full of possibilities. Kid Chris was pretty afraid of what hid in there. But at the same time, it induced in him what Kierkegaard might call a sweet fear. It was sweet, because it was as enticing as it was threatening and repulsive. No matter how much Chris feared the unknown that was in the closet, he was drawn to open the door and find out. On one hand, he was repulsed, on the other hand, he was deeply attracted to what repulsed him. Existential existence is enticing and unnerving. What anxiety reveals works in a very similar way. If you're like most people, you're deeply attracted to the mysterious nature of your existence. At the same time, you don't know what it is that you can be. It's a mystery, because what it means to be free can't be entirely understood in terms of what you presently find yourself doing or in terms of the world around you. That's why it's enticing, but that's also why it's dreadfully nerve-wracking. You want to try it out, to jump into that freedom, to self-define yourself, but at the same time, you're deeply repulsed by the insecurity that this freedom brings and want it to go away. Choosing to engage, keeping anxiety alive. The existentialist argues that you must choose your mode of engagement within the world. You must take on the question of how to exist for yourself. But that means that you have to live with the unsettling nature of anxiety as part of your experience. You can't rely on false portraits of yourself that are provided by the world or even by your own past. You have to keep anxiety alive in your life. Being fully at the wheel of your life is fun and scary and definitely unsettling. You can drive where you want. You have no ultimate reasons for taking one road over another. But you may crash, too, and you have to take responsibility for that. Whatever you do, the existentialists argue, don't hand the wheel over to someone else. Anxiety in the Garden of Eden. Kierkegaard, in his concept of anxiety, talked about his understanding of the story of the fall from grace, or the story of how Adam and Eve lost their place in the Garden of Eden. The story tells us that God commanded Adam not to eat the apples from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, saying that if he did, he would surely die. Of course, Adam ate the apple. Typically, people explain this story by suggesting that Adam intentionally chose what was evil, so they understand the temptation that drove Adam to be the apple itself and the knowledge that it contained. Kierkegaard disagreed. As far as he saw it, Adam didn't know what good and evil were yet, he'd have to eat from the tree to find that out. So it's odd to say that he was tempted by evil if he couldn't have any knowledge of it until he ate the apple. Instead, Kierkegaard wanted to understand Adam's transgression in a different way. As he saw it, the prohibition from God, which Adam also didn't totally understand, because he didn't know what death was either, awakened anxiety in Adam. The anxiety was unsettling for Adam because in it, he was awakened out of his innocence, his immediacy, or his robotic routine, and into an insight of his own possibilities as a free being. Specifically, God's prohibition allowed Adam to become conscious of the fact that he could become the kind of person who doesn't do what God tells him to do. He didn't understand what being that kind of person would mean, he'd never done. Chapter 5. The Challenge of Absurdity and Authenticity. In this chapter, seeing that life is absurd. Understanding the importance of living authentically. Living authentically by embracing absurdity. Interpreting Camus' myth of Sisyphus. One of the enduring appeals of existentialism is that it addresses real human issues, describing what life is like and how we as human beings should respond. When co-author Greg was in college, his advisor asked him what he wanted to study. Being young and filled with unformed thoughts, passions, and anxieties, he said, philosophy that deals with important things, like life and stuff. The advisor scoffed and informed him that she had never heard of any such nonsense. She knew of no branch of philosophy that dealt with life and stuff. Obviously, she hadn't studied much existentialism. The existentialists consider it extremely important and worth thinking about that life is, on the whole, pretty absurd. Although all the existentialists have different ways of understanding it, for each of them it's a mad world, and most people don't deal particularly well with that fact. For some reason, people really love having their salad fork in the right place, and they're really irked when things are disorderly. So you can imagine that people probably do a lot to try to avoid noticing what a crazy place the world is, but that craziness peeks through again and again. Eventually, most people come to a point where absurdity stares them right in the face. When that point comes, you have a choice to make: stare it back in the face or walk away. The existentialists disagree about a lot of things, but they're pretty unified in thinking that staring absurdity in the face is important, because when you do that, you're living honestly and authentically. Each of them has a different way of understanding how that should be done, but they all agree on the general program that seeing that life is absurd and accepting this fact through living with absurdity in an honest, authentic way are crucial aspects of the existential worldview. In this chapter, we give a general overview of what the existentialists mean by saying that life is absurd. After that, we offer a template for understanding authenticity and explain why the existentialists think that the best response to the absurdity of life must be an authentic one. One of the most popular essays on this topic, and a great example for understanding what the existentialists are talking about, is Albert Camus' The Myth of Sisyphus. We help you understand what Camus thinks a hero from Greek mythology has to teach you about absurdity and authenticity, and why he thinks that Sisyphus is smiling, despite the fact that he endlessly spends his days and nights moving big, heavy rocks around. Absurdity 101. The world itself is not unreasonable, that is all that can be said. But what is absurd is the confrontation of the irrational and the wild longing for clarity whose call echoes in the human heart. Albert Camus, The Myth of Sisyphus. Saying that life is absurd can be understood as a statement about how human beings relate to the world. As many existentialists like to say, absurdity, in one sense or another, is our situation, or the human condition. Camus himself described it as a combination of the basic irrationality of the world and humans' wild longing for clarity. As Camus puts the matter, absurdity means more than just irrationality or craziness. It isn't a statement about the world by itself. Absurdity really comes from a combination of two things, an irrational world and a person who's looking out at it and trying to make it rational. You've probably had that feeling, you know the one, you're sitting at your desk and looking at the circus around you, thinking, I'm the only sane one here. For the existentialists, this is how human beings as a group look out onto the world. But humans don't just think that they're the sane ones, they also try to impose that sanity and order on the circus around them. The world laughs at them when they do this, and this is absurdity. Defining absurdity. Saying that life is absurd is actually saying a couple of things. First, it says something about the world, and second, it says something about the people who face that world. Absurdity is the result of putting those two things together. Here are the three things to remember. Absurdity includes an observation about the world, its irrationality. Absurdity includes an observation about humans, they long for clarity. Life's absurdity results from connecting those two observations. This is all absurdity really is, the juxtaposition of an irrational world with your desire that it not be that way. If you want a deeper understanding, though, take a look at the next two sections. We examine each part separately, going into a little more detail about what the world is like and what people are like. After that, we explain how the two parts together produce the absurdity of life that the existentialists are talking about. Everyday conceptions of absurdity. Typically, you probably take absurdity to mean that something doesn't make sense in an extreme sort of way. When most people say that something is absurd, they mean that it's really, really unreasonable. Absurd things are pretty out there. For example, a person may say to you, "Look, the other day I saw a cow jump over the moon." You'd likely reply, "Well, we hope you would, that this is totally absurd." To say that it's absurd implies that it's so out of whack with what you'd expect that being forced to accept it as true would leave you dumbfounded. Whenever you try to understand a philosophical concept or notion, start with what everyday language says about its meaning. Start with what regular people take the word or phrase to mean to get your feet on some solid ground. Calling something absurd means that it doesn't make sense, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible. A big part of the definition is that absurdity doesn't conform to your expectations. Here's another example. Imagine that you are watching an old cowboy movie, and you see the bad guy, the dressed-in-black gunslinger. He's giving off the impression that he's about to inflict some serious damage on someone or something. With dramatic movements, he slowly reaches for his pistol and is about to shoot down the innocent sheriff of the town. The scene is tense. As he slowly approaches the sheriff, he slips on a small toy left behind by a little kid who lives in the town. He flips upside down, breaks his neck, and dies right there. Whew! The town is saved. More than likely, such an event would be seen as totally absurd. It's absurd not because it's impossible, but because it's totally inconsistent, like a cow jumping over the moon, with the way you normally think of the dressed-in-black bad guys from old westerns and how they meet their ends. You'd rub your eyes and have the projectionist rewind the movie. You'd ask yourself, "Did I really just see that? That was absurd," you'd scream. Likewise, something about life isn't just unreasonable, it's completely out of whack with what you normally understand life to be. The existentialists also tend to agree that encountering the absurdity of human life has a very serious effect on you. Like the person who's left speechless in the theater, you're left stunned and speechless when you see a vision of why life is absurd. Many people say that viewing absurdity leads to anxiety, which we discuss in Chapter 4. Understanding the irrationality of the world. Whenever you encounter an existentialist who calls the world irrational, you should remember that each of them means something different by that. Still, taken together, this statement usually suggests that something about the world is without logic or without pattern or reason. That seems pretty straightforward, but you can break it apart and learn a lot. For one thing, the world isn't just a place, but an entire series of objects and events. Traditionally, people have tried to find ways of understanding how those objects and events fit together. On one level, you can think of existentialism as a reaction to this way of thinking. The existentialists are saying that the order or pattern that people try to see in the world, or impose upon it, doesn't really have any ultimate grounding or foundation, because the world is without necessary structure. To acknowledge that, however, isn't an easy task. What makes up the world? The existentialists talk a lot about the nature of the world, but what do they mean by the world? In common discourse, people tend to throw the term around a lot and use it differently, so we want to be clear on what existentialists mean by it. Specifically, they consider the world to be the sum of everything that has existed and that does exist, past and present, all the objects and all the ways that those objects have ever been related to one another. That's the world. In Chapter 6, we look at Heidegger's notion of the world, which is slightly different. Try to work up to this notion of the world from your own way of using the term in everyday conversation. Typically, people tend to consider the world the collection of all the objects that currently exist. Consequently, people say things like there's no one in the world who could make a martini like you, or someday, I'd like to travel the world. So when they think world, they think of a huge container with lots of things in it. The existentialists certainly don't disagree with this sense of the term world, because they think that those things are in the world too. But they want to add a bit to the notion and try to make the contents of the world somewhat bigger. What else can you add to it? Well, the first thing you could do is let the world be a collection of things that spans time, or at least that spans time into the past. So we propose that you beef up your concept of the world and think of it as the sum of all the objects that have ever existed and all the objects that exist right now. Understood like this, the world is full of things like chairs, your car, Caesar, the Emperor of Rome, the moon, you, me, and so on, to include all past and present objects. To be sure, that's a lot of stuff. Still, that's not all the world is. It's even bigger for the existentialists. The next thing to add actually does conform to some intuitions you may have about what the world is. You can detect it when you hear things like nothing weirder than that has ever happened in this world. This speaker seems to be implying that events or happenings are part of the world too. So there's your mom, and then there's your living room. And there's also the fact that your mom is sitting in your living room. That's another thing, an event or happening, added to the world. So is the fact that the Boston Red Sox won the World Series. That's a part of the world too, though it's an ugly part of the world, according to co-author Chris. Seen in this way, the world is a pretty massive thing. It includes all the objects, present and past, and all history too. Different ways of seeing order in the world. We don't know about you, but the world looks pretty orderly to us. We bet that it looks pretty orderly to you too. Think about the world as you understand it, everything that is and has ever existed, and every past and current happening and event. Now think, isn't it hard not to think of it as fitting together in some way? Doesn't it look to you as though every object has a reason for existing? Doesn't it look as though everything that has happened, or is happening, did so for some reason, even if you don't know what it is. Seeing things this way isn't hard. People may see the order in different ways, but they seem to always claim that it's out there. Seeing order in the world can take a variety of forms. Chris remembers having a friend who very consistently cheated on his girlfriend. Chris thought that this was pretty despicable conduct, but the friend always explained it off in the same way. He said that he was a guy, and guys are driven to this sort of behavior by their biology. He saw the world in a certain way. He was an object in the world, and so was his girlfriend, and so was the fact that he wasn't faithful, an event. He saw himself as an object, a guy, that had certain properties, driven by biology to cheat. Thus, when he cheated, his behavior made sense to him. It all came together. His behavior, an event, was logical and followed from what he was in a very rational way. It may have been a vicious rationalization, but it helped him make sense of himself and his own past behavior. Believing in God or fate. Another way, though quite different in form, to see order or logic in the world is to believe in fate. Perhaps you think that everything has a place in God's plan. According to this way of seeing things, each thing plays a specific role in God's plan. As such, when things happen to you, they don't necessarily make sense to you in a scientific sense, as with Chris's cheating friend, but in a fatalistic sense. Fate is creepy in a way, but it's easy to understand. You remember Oedipus, right? He was the guy from Greek mythology who was fated to marry his mother and kill his father. Weird stuff, we know. Because it was fated, it didn't matter what Oedipus did to try to stop it from happening. That was his role in life, and much as he tried to avoid it, it would come to pass anyway. Weird, but Oedipus's world still makes sense. It's an orderly world, for sure. Some people think of their own lives in this way. They think that when they meet their future wives or husbands, it's destiny or fate. We've heard people claim, when they lose their jobs, for example, that it will all work out because everything happens for a reason. In fact, some people actually do lose their jobs and then get better ones. Usually, when this sort of thing happens, such people tend to come to see the two events as being closely and directly related. Now of course, in one sense this is true. To get a better job, you need to first lose the original one. But that's not the kind of connection these folks mean. Instead, they're implying that they lost the first job so that the better job could come to pass. That's a very different sense of fate. Finding innate meaning or significance in events. Some existentialists, especially Friedrich Nietzsche, see chapters 3 and 11 for more on this philosopher, noted one odd thing about seeing order and purpose in the world, that the desire for order seems to markedly increase to the degree to which it's painful to believe otherwise. If you lose your job, and it causes you distress and suffering, you want it to mean something. As Nietzsche once said, suffering isn't something that people find terribly problematic. What people do find problematic, he noted, is meaningless suffering. So if you can give that traumatic event meaning by placing it in a bigger picture, you're likely to do so. You see this tendency when what appear to be senseless tragedies occur around you or in the news. To take an extreme example, you may hear about the death of a small child, especially a child who in some way touched your life, and you find yourself simply horrified to the bone by the idea that the child's death was just an accident, an event that played no larger role in the world, past, present, or future. It repulses you to think that it just happened, and that's all there is to it. Instead, you think it must have some larger justification that gives it meaning and significance. Maybe it's that it all works out in God's plan. Maybe it's that it happens so that tougher laws will eventually be passed that wind up saving even more children's lives. But in such cases, most people are pretty insistent that it had better be something. An important part of this story about believing in the logic of the world is this: humans don't think of themselves as being the ones who gave the world its meaning and significance. Instead, in the previous example, you seem to think that whether that small child's death is meaningful isn't something that you decide or create. The meaning, or significance, of all worldly objects and events is already given. It may be given by God's plan. It may be given by fate or even by science. Or maybe it's given by reason. In any case, its significance is something exterior to you. Most people consider it their job to discover what that significance is, if they can. Like it or not, the world is entirely irrational. The existentialists think that the world isn't an orderly place at all. Instead, the world is fundamentally irrational. It has no necessary structure, no intrinsic meaning, no innate significance, and no internal purpose whatsoever on its own. They believe that nothing is out there to discover at all. Is the world really an irrational place? How do you see things? To see whether you have a similar belief system to the existentialists, ask yourself these questions. Do you think that everything that occurs happens for a reason? Do you think that you fit into a larger cosmic or divine plan? When you meet someone new, do you ever think that you were destined to meet? When a random tragedy occurs, do you insist on asking why? Do you see the troubles in life as a test or challenge that you were meant to either overcome or learn from? Later in this chapter, you see that having an emotional pull to saying yes to any of these questions is part of being human. But if answering yes is your considered opinion, you're not particularly existential. When they say that the world is irrational, you shouldn't take them to mean that you can't explain why particular things happen. Existentialists still think that cars get flat tires because they run out of air or that objects fall because gravity operates on them. They mean something a bit different, that there's no purpose to the world, that there's no ultimate big plan or big picture into which everything fits and gets its meaning. This suggestion about the irrationality of the world isn't an easy one to swallow. Think about it. When you see order, or purpose or meaning, in the world, it allows you, on a very fundamental level, to feel at home in that world. You can feel most comfortable with yourself and with your actions when they fit into some larger schema outside you. This external framework can, in a way, be comforting because it gives you assurance that a kind of glue is holding everything together and that you can fit into the framework. The existentialists reject this idea. The senseless death of a small child, no matter how horrible you may think it is, doesn't fit into any larger, pre-established plan or logic. It just is. It just happens. It is senseless in the big picture because, well, there is no big picture at all. Viewing irrationality from a human perspective. Seeing the world as irrational in the existentialist sense isn't the normal way in which most people see the things around them. In fact, seeing the world as an orderly, rational place is natural. In fact, it would be pretty hard to get through the day easily if you didn't see it this way. When co-author Greg hears a buzzer sound in the morning, he hears his alarm clock, not just a buzzer, and its function, or purpose, is to wake him. That's what it is, and that's what the sound means. He responds to the sound and gets up because he's a teacher, and he needs to be at work at 9 a.m. Teaching is his role, his function, so it makes sense that he responds to the noise coming from the little box on his bedside table and moves in predictable and understandable ways toward the shower. Perhaps Greg decides what the buzzer means and represents. Maybe it doesn't have this function independently of him. But everything in his world could be interpreted differently. If Greg is continually aware of this fact as he moves through his day, the seamless nature of his interaction with the world is threatened. Typically, our ability to effortlessly move through the world of our routines is dependent on our ability to simply respond to what we take things to mean. We just respond to those meanings. If every morning you asked, again, is that what I choose to have that buzzer mean, and if you repeated this exercise for everything around you, it would exhaust you and cut you off from your life. How long can you make it through your day reminding yourself that the meanings of things around you are really assigned by you and by others? Does the difficulty of keeping this kind of experiment going mean that the things in the world really do have intrinsic meanings, or does it point to the fact that it's hard to avoid making it look that way? If things really do look to be so connected and chock full of meanings, if the world and events in it really appear to be fully rational and full of significance, how did the existentialists come to see the world as irrational and accidental? The problem can be extended to the rest of humanity. If you're still having problems seeing this lack of intrinsic meaning in things, or if you had a problem doing that last assignment, what can the existentialists do to help you see this? Unfortunately, it looks like they can't do anything to help you see accidents everywhere if you don't see them already. How you can come to see accidents everywhere? There are no facts, only interpretations. Friedrich Nietzsche. You see the world through the filter of your experiences. Assume that you and your friend are looking at a sunset. You're both looking at exactly the same thing, you're having just the same sensory experiences, yet when you describe it, you both give very different explanations of what you see. You see a somber event, whereas your friend sees a happy event that signals rebirth. You don't see the world with just your physical eyes, you experience the world through the filter of your experiences, and your experiences differ from other people's experiences. A person coming from a recent breakup may see the sunset as depressing, such a person sees it as a sign of something ending, whereas someone without that experience may see it quite differently. Because the way you see things depends on your experiences, it makes sense to say that how the world is interpreted, or what it means, depends on you. Sometimes, seeing things differently results from reading a play. Many of the existentialists meant their more artistic writings to create these kinds of crisis situations within their readers, allowing them to see the world in fundamentally different ways. Sometimes, however, sudden and dramatic life events can do the trick, forcing you to recognize the fact that the meanings that the world takes on are really of your own making. Many years ago, co-author Chris had a very bad car accident, flipping a car over numerous times, yet he emerged surprisingly unharmed. Afterward, Chris remembers distinctly feeling strangely alienated from his normal life and routine. All of a sudden, he became aware that working in the career he was engaged in at the time wasn't necessarily what he had to do. Before the accident, he had grown so accustomed to the job that it seemed natural and even essential to who he was. He couldn't imagine being separate from it. He had never really questioned the connection between it and his life. Suddenly, after the accident, the same world was different. It was as though he had been long asleep and had suddenly awakened to the fact that the world around him could actually be seen in very different ways, that he wasn't locked into any one interpretation. On the one hand, it was an alienating experience, because Chris felt suddenly separate and isolated from the meanings the world had taken on before the accident. This experience of seeing those meanings as unnecessary, or as truly accidental, seemed to rip him out of the seamless nature of his routine. As we discuss in Chapter 4, anxiety has this very same effect. At the same time, however, it was very uplifting. Chris felt strangely not at home in his own world, but at the same time he felt invigorated, as though possibilities were multiplying for him. Such realizations, whatever their cause, have one thing in common: you're suddenly brought face to face with the recognition that existence, your own or that of things or other people, seems indifferent to the ways that you decide to categorize it. You come face to face with the fact that the world isn't defined by any of the ways in which you choose to see and understand it, or yourself, at any point in time. As Jean-Paul Sartre put it, existence overflows the categories you try to understand it through. Conspiracy theories, when there just must be a better, and bigger reason. Sometimes, the things that happen in the world are so big that even if you get a reason, you still get the feeling of absurdity. When big things happen, like the death of a president or the destruction of the World Trade Center, and you're given a pat answer like it was a lone gunman or it was Al-Qaeda terrorists, you feel almost let down. It couldn't be that simple. Your mind looks for a reason, an order, a pattern, and it must be a reason as big and powerful as you see the event as being. Surely one lonely gunman couldn't have robbed Americans of the most powerful man in the world, the most charismatic president in US history. That wouldn't be significant enough to make sense of the event. A few extremists with box cutters couldn't have perpetrated the most devastating and deadly attack on US soil in history. That would be absurd. You're addicted to imposing order on the world. Human beings naturally desire order. To use Camus' phrase, we long for clarity. Think about what seems to happen when something dramatic occurs, like a near-fatal car accident or the death of a child, something that can shake your view of how you and the world fit together, or just how the world fits together itself. After such an event, nothing makes sense, you see the world as accidental. It seems that no matter how you choose to reorganize the pieces, they could always be reorganized yet again in some different way. These endless possibilities reinforce your view that the world has no inherent order and no way in which it should be organized. Yet even in these circumstances, you can't help but organize it anyway. Even if you try to opt out and stop trying to unify the world in a way that helps make it more sensible and orderly, you just can't do it. At times, you probably even feel ridiculous, trying futilely to foist order on something that doesn't want it and didn't have it to begin with. As the existentialists see it, people are all essentially obsessive-compulsive about their worlds being ordered. They may be sloppy, they may not clean their homes, and they may not be able to find the remote control when they want it, but they're all obsessive about the world having some kind of shape and meaning, and they want themselves to fit into that meaning. Your projects and plans and ambitions make sense, your actions are intelligible. Ordering the world is what you do. You can't escape it. You always evaluate and unify, through your various explanations and conceptual schemes, what's inherently unstructured, or what's inherently irrational and without logic and reason. As Nietzsche once put it, man first implanted values into things to maintain himself. He created the meaning of things. A human meaning. Therefore he calls himself man, that is, the evaluator. People are driven to make sense of what simply can't be made sense of. It's just who we are. You're driven to unify things, to bring things together in ways that attempt to make more and more sense of what's around you. The absurdity of imposing order on the disorderly. Essentially, the existentialist recognition about human life is this: we're forced by our nature to be obsessive creators of meaning, and we can't help but do this in a resolute and serious way. We don't just choose values or schemes. We don't do it listlessly as though we really don't care about the way we're making sense of things. Instead, we choose with firmness and determination. It means something to us to see the world one way and not another way. After all, the way in which we see the world is central to who we are. So we're very serious about our attempts to unify and give meaning to the world and to ourselves, even if, in the vast number of cases, we don't consciously recognize that we're doing it. Instead, we seem to create the meaning and order that we see in the world, and then we appear to mistake it as something that we found or discovered in the world itself. When you see things as they really are, you get a glimpse into not only the fact that the world has no form, but also that you've been giving it the order that it appears to have. Although you're forced by what you are to resolutely impose order on the world around you, nothing about your project finds any justification at all, because the world itself provides no support for what you're doing. In fact, it's indifferent to us and our schemes. It's almost as though human nature is in an inevitable confrontation with the nature of the world. The world is irrational, but you nonetheless try to make sense of it. Thus, you seem trapped in an activity that appears to have no justification or meaning. It appears unreasonable, not that the world is irrational or that humans are order imposers, but that you must give the world a unified character that you embrace with seriousness when in reality, no way of unifying the world has any grounding or support whatsoever. Absurdity is the fact that the two must coexist side by side. What you learn is that your desire for order, structure, and meaning finds no happily accommodating world eager to fulfill your wants by providing answers. Just like the dressed-in-black bad guy from the Western who slips on a child's toy, check out our example of absurdity earlier in this chapter. You can imagine someone saying, "Look at that creature who can't avoid the task of continually creating meaning and unity for the world when it doesn't have any. How absurd." You may even envision a comedy, though a comedy with a tragic feel, being written about such creatures. In fact, Nietzsche's fictional work Thus Spoke Zarathustra is an attempt to describe a character who experiences just these sorts of insights. Think of an alien life form watching us as we furiously work at giving the world meaning, like ants scampering around making an anthill in the midst of the crashing ocean waves that keep knocking it back down again. We can imagine the spectators laughing at us, thinking, how futile are its efforts. How comical this is. From this perspective, do you have any question about why the existentialists think that life is absurd? Authenticity 101, striving to be genuine. For the existentialists, the only successful way to deal with the absurdity of life is through living authentically. Although not all existentialists use the specific term authenticity, different existentialists use different terms to express it, and they all have different ways to specifically understand how the concept works. They all agree that it's important that we struggle to acquire it in our lives. At the simplest level, existentialists think that living authentically is important because it means living in accord with who you are or being true to who you are. As Friedrich Nietzsche once put it, the goal is to become what you already are. It means representing yourself in a way that can be considered genuine, which means embracing the fact that you must confront the world in your own individual way. When you look at it this way, it's hard to imagine that many people, if anyone, would reject this goal. Most people tend to believe that living genuinely in this way is important. It's not easy to do, though. We offer two reasons for this difficulty. Living authentically causes lots of discomfort in your life. Allowing the way in which you live to reflect a kind of conformity to the world and the pregiven meanings people present to you is always easier to do. Conforming to the crowd is easier than being your own person. But you need to be able to resist being absorbed. Existentialists think that no one should hide from what he is. Living authentically is hard to do because although the existentialist notion of authenticity is similar to the common sense notion of authenticity, the existentialist version differs in an important, but complicated, way. The existentialists stress that being true to yourself means reflecting in your ways of living the kind of being that you are. In other words, you are living in the world in a way that reflects the fact that your eyes are wide open to your nature as an absurd being. You are living in a way that acknowledges the fact that whatever life path you pick to follow, you will never receive any external justification for why that path was the right one for you to take. The connection between authenticity and genuineness. A good way to start analyzing what the existentialists mean by authenticity is to first look at the way you use that term in your own common language. Almost always, the term is used to describe something that's real or genuine, and inauthentic is used to describe something that's artificial, counterfeit, or fake. This meaning reflects a key aspect of authenticity. An authentic thing is always true to its own nature. As an example, Suppose that you go to see the Shakespeare play Julius Caesar. You wouldn't say that the sword that an actor carries on stage is an authentic Roman sword, because it isn't real. After all, genuine, authentic swords aren't made of cardboard, right? It's a fake, a stage prop. Here's another example. Maybe you've heard the term authenticity used on those television auction shows when a person brings in what appears to be an antique item of furniture. A very serious-minded representative on the program examines the piece, looking to see whether it's authentic. What he's checking is whether the piece is actually from the old time period that the person claims it's from. The more authentic the piece is in this case, the more it is a true and real representative of that older period. At this point, you appear to have a pretty simple motto for living a good existential life, living in ways that are real and genuine as opposed to being fake or counterfeit. Who'd want to be a fake? Everybody digs authenticity. One interesting thing about authentic objects, like swords and antique pieces of furniture, is that what's genuine is almost always worth more than what's counterfeit. In a general sense, being real or genuine is just understood as valuable. In the case of living authentically, of course, living in a genuine or real way doesn't mean that you're suddenly worth a lot of money. Instead, most existentialists would say that the way that you are living is more admirable. Some celebrate authenticity, but still deny that it's better, whereas others are pretty clear that it should be preferred to inauthenticity. Perhaps you feel differently and are saying, "Hey, stop this train and let me off. I don't really care about authenticity at all." We'll be honest, if that's what you're saying, you're in the serious minority, at least in today's culture. Now, it may well be the case that few people are authentic, and it may even be true that few people truly strive for authenticity, but we haven't met very many people who honestly admit to not caring about it at all. In fact, what we've noticed is the exact opposite. Most of the people we know appear to feel strongly that authenticity is a highly desirable and admirable trait. These people are always bemoaning the fact that modern life isn't terribly authentic and that people just aren't willing to be themselves. We hear it all the time, around the water cooler, at lunch, in the bar. Most people, the conversation typically goes, are fake and artificial. And it's just not cool. Most people seem to really despise inauthenticity and tend to cringe when they feel that they've identified it in themselves or in other people around them. This is especially true the closer the person in question is to you. This isn't surprising, if caring more about people the closer they are to you is natural, and it is, and if you think that authenticity is admirable and the lack of it is dishonorable in some way, you want the people closest to you to display authenticity. Of course, of all the people who are close to you, you are the most central. No one is closer to you than you. It's not surprising, then, that people have a deep desire for authenticity in their own lives and that they tend to cringe when they suspect that they've been artificial in some situation. We know that when this happens to us, we have a hard time sleeping well at night. Matching just the right template. Knowing whether something is authentic requires first answering a crucial question: an authentic what? So you don't just ask whether something is authentic, you need an idea of what the thing in question is claiming to be, and then you can ask whether it succeeds in that task. So if you claim to be an authentic Red Sox fan, the only way that we can verify whether you are indeed one requires that we first find out what a Red Sox fan really looks like. Because he's a Yankees fan, we'll refrain from letting Chris give that description. After we have that description, we can check the alleged Red Sox fan against that information to see whether he passes the sniff test, to see whether that person matches the right template, our idea of what a real Red Sox fan looks like. This tells you that authenticity requires that a template or standard can be used to determine whether a given thing is real or artificial in some key respect. Real Roman swords exist, or real Red Sox fans exist. You can know what they are and how they look, and you can test to see whether a thing is one of them. A thing is authentic when it matches the template or standard. A thing is inauthentic when it doesn't match that template or standard. When it comes to non-human objects, seeing whether a particular thing is an authentic X or Y is fairly straightforward. Suppose that an actor on a stage claims that the wooden object he's holding is an authentic Roman sword from the time of Julius Caesar. The first thing you do is check the age of the object. If it's only 5 years old, it fails the sniff test, because such a sword would need to be at least 2,000 years old to be a real Roman sword of this type. Even easier, of course, you might just point out that it fails the sniff test because it's made of cardboard, and real Roman swords from that time period were never made of that. If they had been, Caesar's legions wouldn't have been terribly successful in battle. Of course, the existentialists don't care about swords. They want to apply the notion of authenticity to a very different type of entity, to you, and all people. What they're claiming is that you can succeed or fail in the task of being an authentic person. If the understanding of authenticity as genuineness applied to people as well as to swords, you'd be able to find a template that allows you to know what an authentic person looks like. If you could acquire such knowledge, all you'd need to do is look at a particular person and see whether that person passes the sniff test. But we'll be honest, that sounds pretty odd. How can a template tell you when you're a real, genuine, or authentic person? One thing the existentialists are adamant about is this: unlike the case of the sword, in which the template is external to it, the question of human authenticity is determined by matching up to a standard that's internal to the person. If you can understand what that template is, you can check this or that person to see whether he's passing the sniff test. What this info reveals is a central facet of authentic living. Pursuing authenticity requires understanding yourself, just as it requires understanding what a sword is to know whether some object is a true, authentic sword. Understanding authenticity as representing. All this talk about genuineness, internal and external templates, and sniff tests brings us to an essential aspect of what it means to be authentic for existentialists. It requires correct representation. To make the general point, we start with an object that we abstractly call an X. If an X is authentic in its way of existing, it exists in the world in a way that truly and accurately represents what that X truly is. That would be the template that determines what X's really are. So X's authenticity rests on whether X, in its way of existing, is correctly represented as an X. This way of understanding authenticity, however, presents a dilemma. If an existentialist argues that you ought to become what you already are, how is it possible that you are not already what you are, whatever that turns out to be? Isn't it impossible to fail to be what you already are? How can a thing exist in a way that differs from what it really is? If this is impossible, isn't everyone authentic by default? If so, being authentic wouldn't appear to be so difficult. Everyone is from beginning to end. Continuing to look at what representing means for existentialists can provide you with some clues to solve this paradox. Things can be represented in different ways, and the differences relate to the different ways that things could be said to exist. Some things exist in such a way that if they can be said to represent at all, it's only insofar as something else does the representing for them. Poor things. For other types of beings, the way that they exist is very different. Those things can represent themselves, which is a way cooler way to be, if you ask us. Need some examples? Existentialists want you to see that two types of beings are in the world: things and people. A thing like a piece of wood is just a piece of wood, and will never be more than that, until someone else chooses to represent it as something, say, as a real sword in a play. A person, on the other hand, can choose to represent himself in the way in which he chooses to live his life. The way in which you exist is fundamentally an issue of your own choosing. The way a thing exists isn't. Things just lie around. Humans, on the other hand, choose to define themselves in the direction that they give to their lives. These two different ways of existence help you see a very basic truth. The way that an object exists implies that objects can't misrepresent themselves, because they can't represent themselves in the first place. But the way in which people exist opens the door to misrepresentation. As a result, it's up to you whether you choose to exist in a way that's harmonious with what you truly are, whether you live in accord with the template that reveals who you are. Given that a person can choose not to do this, a person can fail to be what he already is by choosing not to represent himself accurately in the way that he lives his life. Understood in this way, the paradox is solved. People can fail to be what they already are. Here are some additional examples. The authenticity of a thing depends on how some other entity represents it. So a wooden sword in a play is authentic if it's used by an actor to represent a wooden sword. If it's used to represent an antique Roman sword, it's not authentic. The authenticity of a person depends on how that person uses or represents himself through living. So if someone is by nature an individual, but he lives only by the opinions of others, he's misrepresenting what he is and failing to be authentic. Authentic people, in the driver's seat and in control. Why do people, existentialists included, seem to care so much about authenticity? What's the big deal? Why does failing to be authentic look undignified? We think that the main reason is that authentic people are in control of their own lives. They're in the driver's seat. If you're not driving the car, someone else is. If you're not authentic, you're not driving your car, yourself. Suppose that you're an X, whatever that is. If you act in a way that portrays yourself as a Y, being an X isn't really a factor in how you are living your life. But because you're really an X, it's as though some imposter is in control of your life. You aren't in the driver's seat. Taking stock, who am I? How can I be authentic? Authenticity means living in a way that represents accurately who you are. This implies knowing the answer to a key question: who am I? To answer, existentialists think that you have an internal template or standard for you and your way of existing, and that template forms the basis for being the kind of entity that you are. You need to figure out what that template tells you about yourself. After that's done, you can check to see whether the way that you are living passes the sniff test and is authentic. We, in the existential sense, are the kinds of beings who are bound to the endless task of representing who we are in a world that has no intrinsic meaning, and so is ultimately meaningless. Our way of existing is absurd. You're forced to pick life directions because you exist in the world, so you take positions on how to represent, or orient, yourself within that world. However, nothing within that world ever supports one way of choosing life direction as being better or more justified than any other. The choice is always yours alone. What this information reveals is that existential authenticity has little to do with what a person does and instead is concerned with how a person chooses the direction of his life. We explore the difference between how and what living in Chapter 7. What's important is that you reflect, in your way of approaching life, a basic set of truths that emerges from your nature as an absurd being. To embrace your absurdity through living, your choices need to reflect the fact that you exist in the world in a very unique way, that humans are passionate beings, that people are free and unique, that everyone dies, and that you aren't alone in this strange world that you live in. Why existentialists reject worldly authenticity? When the existentialists talk about authenticity, they don't mean that a person, to be authentic, has to make this particular choice or that one. Believing that a specific set of choices is key to authenticity is to hold to worldly authenticity, the belief that authenticity is achieved by interacting with the specific objects in the world in certain, particular ways. Why might a person believe that this is the path to authenticity? The most common reason is because such a person would think that the answer to who he is can be found in his character, his personality, his genetics, or perhaps even in his social role. In fact, when your friends and family talk about the loss of authenticity in the world, this is most likely the kind of authenticity that they're talking about. Thus, you may be surprised when you see your friend doing what seem to be uncharacteristic acts because they're inconsistent with his beliefs or desires. One key fact about this notion of authenticity is that it concerns what the person does. If your friend is an atheist, you'll likely label him as inauthentic if he winds up praying in church because he's not being true to who he is. In this case, the way that you understand the template that tells you about a person's identity is defined by psychology or perhaps biology. So worldly authenticity means that being who you are requires choosing specific life alternatives that conform to your beliefs, desires, basic psychology, or character. The existentialists reject this notion. For the existentialist, who you are as an individual being can't be summed up by or reduced to your current beliefs, your character, or your biology. As a result, thinking of authenticity as demanding that you be consistent with these things may actually entail inauthenticity, because it has you conform to something that doesn't express what you really are. Embracing existential authenticity, seeing the kind of being that you are. Unlike worldly authenticity, existential authenticity doesn't concern itself with the specific life plans that you choose. Instead, existentialists label such life plans as inauthentic if they aren't chosen or, once chosen, lived or embodied in the right way. This being so, they concern themselves with how you approach your life. Being authentic or inauthentic is possible when you're doing just about anything. What it comes down to is how you do it. Søren Kierkegaard, in his famous book Fear and Trembling, talks about the fact that his exemplary authentic person, the Knight of Faith, if you're interested in knowing more about this one, check out chapter 10, maybe a tax collector or some otherwise ordinary person doing very mundane things and tasks. He warns us away from thinking that true authenticity requires a certain type of worldly life. So the how matters more than the what, but what does that mean? Think of it like this: existentialists think that if a choice is authentic, it must be true that it follows from the right procedure. We use ourselves for this example. Greg always makes his choices by using reason. He deliberates slowly and patiently about what to do and then he chooses. Chris, on the other hand, doesn't use reason. In fact, he doesn't even deliberate. He just unthinkingly does whatever his emotions dictate at any given moment. Now, it could be the case that Greg and Chris, on some given occasion, pick exactly the same thing to do. Would you be suspicious of Chris's choices in this example? Would you be prepared to perhaps refuse to say that Chris acted authentically? If so, you think that how he came to do what he did matters. When you think of being yourself in that kind of way, you're using another notion of what it means to be you. In this case, you're thinking that a person can't be authentic if his choices don't flow from his nature as the kind of being he is. Most people you talk to will likely argue that rationality is an essential component of being human. As a result, they have a hard time seeing Chris's choices as emerging from a fundamental aspect of his true nature, and as a result, they think that Chris's non-rational choice-making bars him from authenticity. Although existentialists don't demand that authentic choices or lives follow from a commitment to rationality, this example highlights a fundamental notion of their understanding of authentic identity. What they want you to be concerned with is the issue of finding out the type of being you are and then approaching life in a way that is consistent with it. One way to put this is to say that existentialists are concerned with your existential situation, which is your nature as an existentially existing human being. It's what comprises the template that tells you who you are. After you discover that, existentialists want you to make choices by using the right procedure. That procedure involves making choices, and living, in a way that accurately represents your existential situation. The central truth about who you are: humans are absurd beings. If one central fact explains who or what we are, it's the fact that we're fully absurd beings. We exist in the world in a fundamentally different way from other things. Rocks and chairs just sit there and take up space, and that's really all that defines their existence. Your existence involves more than that. You live in the world, you take on various plans and projects. Some people choose this path in life, others choose another. But the world that you exist in is indifferent to the paths that you choose. There's no reason in the world why this rather than that path is ultimately the right one to take. You have to take full responsibility for your choices. Existence is absurd. It demands making choices, representing yourself through living, but you have no choice but to do so in a universe that provides no foundation for those choices. That's who we are. It's written into us in a much more fundamental way than our genes or our personality could ever be. As Thomas Hobbes, who wasn't an existentialist but who did seem to get this part right, once put it, the privilege of absurdity, to which no living creature is subject, but man only. And that's exactly what the existentialists want you to embrace, that absurdity is your lot and that you shouldn't have it any other way. The only way to deny this fact, to see life as not absurd, is to live inauthentically. But that means rejecting your own nature as a free, individual being. Why do that? The existentialists think facing up to yourself is preferable. Human existence may include having a personality or having a certain genetic code or biology, but it's really defined by your way of existing in the world as an absurd creature. That can't be changed without fundamentally altering the human race and making everyone into something radically different, an object. The many truths of your absurd nature. Being authentic means making choices, or representing yourself in the world, in a way that follows from the right procedure. Part of that means to reflect your absurdity in the ways that you approach life. We talk more about that in the next section. But the existentialists say that being absurd actually means that other facts are true about your nature because they're either required for, or follow from, absurd existence. So being authentic means understanding all the basic truths that flow from your absurdity and embracing them in the way that you live your life. Given that these basic truths are covered in more detail in part 3 of this book, we just quickly survey each of them here. If your choices fail in some way to represent even one of these truths, your way of existing in the world is fake or artificial. You're as counterfeit as a $3 bill. Your job, according to the existentialists, represent accurately all these facts about yourself and your way of living. Absurd existence takes place in the world. Absurd beings have a unique relationship to the world. For one, what we are requires that we exist in a world. The fact that our existence must take place in the world means that we're always faced with the continual task of representing ourselves by giving meaning to our own lives and to that world we exist within. At the same time, your way of existing in the world isn't determined by the way the world is. It's for this reason that the world is indifferent to your choices. If the world did determine who you were, you'd have all the reason to be one way and not another. You'd lack free will, though. Thus, without this unique relationship to the world, you wouldn't be absurd. So although being in a world is fundamental to you, you're not just another object in the world. You're different from rocks and chairs. Part of existing means taking a free position or stance on how to position yourself within the world. We talk about this in Chapter 6. Absurd existence is passionate. Unlike rocks and chairs, which can't represent themselves in the world, we care deeply about how we represent ourselves and the world around us. As a result, human life must be passionate. Living in an authentic way means taking seriously your capacity for making decisions about how to live life. Living authentically requires making decisive commitments about how to forge your own individual path through life. Living in an uncommitted way is to forfeit the gift of your unique kind of existence and to live in the way that rocks and chairs and even animals must. It's living in an undignified way. We talk more about this in Chapter 7. Absurd existence is free. We're free. No constraints or meanings inside the world dictate to us how we ought to live. The matter of what you do is always up to you. People may attempt to continually make excuses for their choices by attributing power to things or meanings they see as external to them. But an authentic existence within an absurd world reflects the fact that you always choose who you want to be, because meanings seen to be in the world are ultimately without foundation. Your way of existing in the world is always up to you. Although this idea is discussed throughout the book, we give it special treatment in Chapter 8. Absurd existence is individual. Given the way that you are immersed in the world, seeing the world from the inside out, you unavoidably have a very particular perspective or point of view, a way of interacting with the world that you may share with others, but that's fundamentally unique to you. Consequently, to embrace your choices in an individual way means striving to reflect your uniquely experienced world within your specific way of living. Specifically, an authentic person represents himself in a way that reflects the fact that he's more than the mere sum of his parts. So even if you're part of a community or part of a world, the existentialists hold that as a uniquely individual thing, what you are is always more than just that. Individual existence succeeds in standing out. We discuss two ways of understanding this task, one religious and one atheistic, in Chapter 10 and 11, respectively. Absurd existence is finite. We don't live forever. We're finite. Our existence in the world has temporal limitations. You're born at a particular time, and at some point in the future, it's certain that you'll die. Your nature as an absurd being relies on this fact. Thus, some existentialists argue that the choices you make in life must reflect your continual awareness of your unique past, and how it functions as the background for your ways of understanding yourself and your choices. At the same time, many argue that authentic living must also reflect your consciousness of the inevitability of your own impending death. We tackle this topic at length in Chapter 9. Absurd existence is social. Absurd creatures, living in the particular world that they inhabit, are forced to come to the realization that they aren't alone. Absurd creatures don't live in a world populated only with inanimate chairs and rocks, but in a world populated with other entities for which these existential truths also apply. The fact that other absurd creatures are in your world, existing in just the same way that you are, means making choices in certain ways. Authenticity 102, living inauthentically means running away. Although existentialists claim that life has no inherent meaning, they all divide ways of living into authentic versus inauthentic. Someone living inauthentically refuses to accept the basic fact that life is absurd. Different existentialists have different ways of talking about this situation, but it all comes down to a kind of dishonesty. The truth is that life is absurd. People want to find order and meaning, but there is none. If you live inauthentically, you refuse to accept this basic truth, and this, the existentialists say, is dishonest. However, although all the existentialists view authenticity as a form of strength or health and inauthenticity as a kind of weakness, they don't agree as a group about whether living the authentic life is better than living the inauthentic life. Some of them think that an existentialist shouldn't claim that authentic living is better. As a result, some existentialists take other existentialists to task for claiming, as far as they can tell, that authenticity is better, or of more value, than inauthenticity. Sartre, for example, thinks that Heidegger's notion of inauthenticity is evaluatively loaded. Heidegger insists that it isn't, and for his own part argued that Sartre's notion of bad faith, his version of inauthenticity, is judgmental. Sartre insisted that it isn't. When you read the Existentialists, however, it's tough to get away from the idea that authenticity is in fact to be preferred. From one perspective, it's hard to imagine why anyone would fail to be authentic. People love authenticity. They want to see it in everyone around them. It's hard to imagine people who would honestly argue that it's not important to them. Can you imagine someone who champions being fake, someone who argues for the importance of not being who you are? Still, according to the existentialists, most people are not authentic. Why not? Because it's hard to do. Existentialists tend to agree that authenticity causes a lot of personal discomfort, and for the most part, human beings tend to want to take the easy path in life. Inauthentic people take the path of least resistance. According to the existentialists, most of the time when people fall into being inauthentic or fail to be true to themselves, it's not because they want to be inauthentic. As we said before, people do crave authenticity, but because it's hard to be authentic and because, frankly, it's so easy to be inauthentic. It just works that way. It's a fact of life. So why are people driven away from authenticity if they crave it so deeply? If a person craves X but chooses Y instead, you have reason to think that Y is a more powerful motivator than X on that person's behavior. In this case, existentialists may suggest that if you are driven away from authenticity, something must be discomforting about it. Well, that's true. Consider the following. Pursuing authenticity is difficult because it requires relentless self-examination, exposes you to things about yourself that you may not want to know, simply causes friction with others. In short, authenticity hurts. But this isn't enough. In addition, a person needs to make a choice. If you're driven away from authenticity, you choose the avoidance of discomfort over your own desire for the admirable status of authenticity. Existentialists are united on this point. Inauthentic people just can't hack discomfort, and they strive to avoid it at all costs. The more inauthentic a person is, the more prevalent his desire to avoid discomfort. Instead of being themselves, inauthentic people want to avoid the normal friction of everyday life that being themselves just naturally brings. They avoid self-examination, they lie to themselves, and they tend to rationalize their own behavior. The path of least resistance doesn't lead to authenticity. If inauthentic people have a motto, it's this one: ignorance is bliss. These motives for acting inauthentically actually reveal a little more about what makes people crave authenticity. It's not just that living authentically means living in accord with the person you are. Living authentically also seems to require mastering yourself so that you don't give in to your baser desires to escape discomfort, at least when it's inappropriate to do so. Giving in to desires seems to indicate a lack of control, whereas an authentic person appears to be in control. He doesn't let desire for comfort or pleasure rule living. In practice, people usually deny the truth by running away. When they can't face the fact that life is absurd, they find a way to hide or escape from that fact. The thought that life is meaningless, despite how much you yearn for meaning, can be scary. It's not surprising, then, that many, perhaps most, people respond in a way that existentialists would call inauthentic. As Camus points out, people can respond inauthentically in two ways. The most extreme method is to commit suicide. This response may not be common, but the existentialists take it very seriously. Less dramatically, people can deny absurdity by putting their faith in systems, philosophical, religious, or scientific, that cover up or explain away the absurdity of existence. Suicide is not the answer. Suicide may actually seem like a rational and authentic response to honestly facing the absurdity of life and finding it unacceptable. Perhaps the most authentic response to absurdity is to not participate in worldly tasks at all. As it turns out, however, existentialists aren't in favor of suicide. Some people may argue that the most genuine response is a specific kind of global disengagement, actual suicide. After all, recognizing the truth of the absurdity of human existence can be disquieting. It can certainly throw you for a serious loop. Surely you didn't think life was meant to be this way. That's part of what makes it so darn absurd. It's like spending your life trying to put a square peg in a round hole. You were sold a false bill of goods. You thought you fit in the world, that in some way you were playing a big, meaningful role in some large scheme, maybe even in the creation of something bigger or better than yourself. If life just isn't worth living, if it's absurd, suicide may seem like an authentic response. If absurdity is actually true of humanity, but it's an affront to the dignity of human life, some may argue that suicide may be the right way to go. You may think that by committing suicide, people accept that the truth of human life is absurdity, but they refuse to will, or embrace, the absurd life by choosing its continuance, through living it. According to the existentialists, suicide doesn't really represent absurdity because representing something fully, or embracing it, involves accepting it as a whole being. The suicide acknowledges absurdity only partially and also partially rejects it, and thus isn't embracing the absurd. The accepting part is purely intellectual. I see that absurdity is a truth about me. But I dare not face it as a matter of will. Instead, I avoid absurdity in its fullest sense by ceasing its continuance through death. The fact that this isn't enough to represent the absurd shows that the existentialists believe you can discover a truth about humans here, namely, we are, in part, thinking, intellectual creatures. We are also, in part, willing creatures. If both of these parts are necessary, you can't claim to embrace or accept the truth of absurdity by merely recognizing it on an intellectual level. That leaves out willing, which is also an essential part of what you are. To embrace something is to embody it in all you are. In this case, part of willing absurdity is to will its continuation through your continued absurd life. Suicide fails to be absurd. Suicide acknowledges absurdity but refuses to fully embody it, so it doesn't fully accept absurdity. As a result, a person choosing suicide is misrepresenting who he is. He presents himself as not absurd, by choosing to die in the face of the indignity of his nature, when that isn't what he is. As a result, suicide can't be authentic. True authenticity must see the truth of human existence and will that truth through continued life. Only such a way of being absurd is authentic. Melville's Bartleby, accepting, but not willing, absurdity. A wonderful short story, Herman Melville's Bartleby the Scrivener, 1853, is a favorite of the existential, or absurdist, minded. The story tells about a young 19th-century Wall Street copyist named Bartleby. As the story goes on, Bartleby becomes more and more strange, slowly opting out of daily tasks by responding, "I would prefer not to." Bartleby's refusals take on more and more serious consequences, as he loses his job, becomes homeless, and then finally dies because he prefers not to eat. Although an explanation of Bartleby's behavior is disputed, one reason hinted at in the end is that Bartleby has glimpsed the absurdity of human living. He never recovers, and as the story goes on, he loses his ability to partake in any human endeavor whatsoever, with tragic circumstances. For Camus, Bartleby would have accepted absurdity but not embraced it through his will. Covering up the truth won't save you. The important thing is not to be cured but to live with one's ailments. Albert Camus, The Myth of Sisyphus. Merely living doesn't automatically mean someone has willed, or embraced, the absurd. People often see absurdity and continue to live, but only on the grounds that the absurdity they see is somehow, or in some way, denied. To them, the world seems absurd, but there's a mysterious divine plan. Or maybe they believe this world is absurd, but an ordered, rational world is waiting for them after they depart this one. Or perhaps they say that the world seems absurd, but only because science hasn't finished providing all the answers. Camus calls all such denials philosophical, as opposed to physical, suicide. It's philosophical because it uses fictions and illusions to hide the fact that life is actually absurd. It's suicide because, like physical suicide, it denies or renounces life as it actually exists. Religion, science, and many philosophies typically provide reasons and plans for the universe so that its irrational character is removed. That has the comforting effect of making the apparent absurdity of your situation into the illusion. But this kind of comfort prevents people from living authentically, because it misrepresents who they are. In The Myth of Sisyphus, Camus says, "He doctrines that explain everything to me also debilitate me at the same time. They relieve me of the weight of my own life, and yet I must carry it alone." For existentialists, then, philosophical and physical suicide are both ways of running from the true absurdity of life. Embracing Absurdity, The Myth of Sisyphus. In his most famous philosophical essay, Camus uses a guy named Sisyphus to vividly illustrate the life of absurdity and what he feels is the proper reaction to it. Sisyphus is a man in a horribly absurd situation who overcomes it through embracing that situation. Embracing the situation requires a special approach that makes him a fitting role model. Through a special kind of rebellion, he's able to reject certain aspects of his situation while staying true to who and what he is. Sisyphus and his punishment. Sisyphus is a hero in Greek mythology. He's famous for being punished by the gods, condemned to roll a huge boulder up a hill for all eternity. He rolls this heavy boulder up the hill, then it comes back down, and he starts all over again. All his work is aimed at doing a job that's doubly pointless. First, it's pointless because rolling a boulder up a hill is meaningless in itself. Who cares whether the boulder is at the top or the bottom of the hill? Perhaps you can imagine special circumstances in which it might matter, maybe if Sisyphus were a landscaper building a Japanese rock garden, for example. But, in itself, it's meaningless. On top of this, of course, is the fact that the rock comes back down, and he has to start all over again. The task is never completed. Camus, who had great respect for the troubles of the working class, compares this situation to the plight of factory workers who do menial, repetitious tasks all their lives, only to find at the end that they have nothing to show for it. But really, he thinks we're all in Sisyphus' predicament. What we share with Sisyphus is our existential situation. If the world is really fundamentally without order, or irrational, all the importance, order, you attach to all the things you do is pointless. All your projects, employments, and relationships, whatever you toil to accomplish or achieve, are as empty as rolling a boulder up a hill. The world just is, it has no inherent value. So your existential situation is that you are an absurd being, and you can't escape this fact about how you are related to the world around you. The existential description of your situation can seem pretty bleak. You can see why the existentialists got a reputation for being real downers. They were famous for sitting in coffee shops, wearing black turtlenecks and chain smoking, not lounging on beaches, sipping fruity cocktails. Suffice it to say there's a reason existentialists aren't often invited to party at the Palms with Jenny McCarthy. Greg has tried and failed. For now, we just want to warn you against wrongly interpreting the existentialists. They actually see the absurdity of life as being no reason for being depressed at all, quite the opposite, actually. What usually doesn't get reported about the existentialists' attitude is the twist they add, the optimistic side of their attitude. All the doom and gloom about the meaninglessness of life are just the beginning. This may be your existential situation, but Camus and the other existentialists don't really think they're saying anything profound or new by describing that situation. What's important to existentialists, and where they feel they have something to say, is in how you respond to this situation. The optimism of the existentialist response to absurdity can be seen in Camus' description of Sisyphus' response to his situation. For him, Sisyphus wasn't just an example of a man struggling with absurdity, but a hero who overcomes and even conquers that absurdity. Rebel without a cause but a smile. Rebellion cannot exist without the feeling that, somewhere and somehow, one is right. Albert Camus, the rebel. Sisyphus is a bit of a rebel. He defies the gods on multiple occasions and is particularly fond of tricking death. In one instance, he's said to have actually put death in chains. So Sisyphus doesn't just defy the gods, he also rebels against death itself. Rebellion is very important to Camus. Sisyphus is a rebel and has an attitude both in life and in death. Now, understandably, it's hard to have an attitude and be a rebel when you're pushing a heavy boulder up a hill. You're too busy sweating. Similarly, most people don't have time for existential concerns while they're scrambling to meet deadlines or get the kids into the minivan. For Camus, Sisyphus' situation gets interesting when he's at the top of the hill, the boulder rolls back down, and he starts to go back down to do it all again. At this point, he has a choice. Should he give in to despair? Should he let the gods win and mope over his eternal fate? Or should he thumb his nose at them, embrace this meaningless task, and refuse to see it as a punishment? For Camus, Sisyphus' scorn saves him. He overcomes his situation because he stands in revolt of it. Sisyphus is a rebel, and because of this, Camus is convinced that you have to imagine him smiling as he walks down that hill. What it means to be a rebel. A rebel is someone who refuses to surrender. In The Rebel, Camus explains the difference between a rebel and someone who simply renounces his situation. Renunciation is a form of surrender. A rebel, on the other hand, draws a line in the sand, says, "This far, and no farther," and stands up to defend that line. You've probably known people who complain about their jobs or their lives constantly but do nothing, or can do nothing, to change their situation. They belittle their situation and themselves for living in it. They're in despair because they refuse to either accept their situation or act against it. They've simply surrendered. You probably know others, however, who hold their heads up proudly and refuse to be defeated. They declare that something is unjust in their situation and that they deserve better treatment, that it's their right. So being a rebel really has two parts, a yes and a no. No, the rebel rejects something as an unacceptable intrusion upon his rights. Yes, the rebel asserts himself as someone who has value, as someone who has a claim to these rights, and as someone who can judge the situation as unjust. For Camus, you can't be a rebel unless you stand for something, something you believe others should accept. Screaming at the cop and saying, "You can't do this. I don't like being in handcuffs," isn't enough. A rebel asserts that something is unjust, something is wrong with the situation, "You can't do this, I have my rights." By asserting rights, the rebel is asserting the existence of a value. So when Sisyphus rebels against the gods, when he walks down the mountain feeling scorn for their sentence, he's also doing these two things, rejecting and asserting. What, then, is he rejecting? The gods expect that the best Sisyphus can do is to acknowledge his fate but feel resignation as a result, to hate what his life is. That's where the punishment lies. The gods assume that only labor or work that has meaning outside itself, only labor that fits into a larger scheme of things, is dignified work. Outside serving as a punishment, Sisyphus' labor has no larger meaning. That's the whole point, it's meaningless. As such, the rock rolling is meant to trap him for all eternity in a life that has no dignity at all. Thus, according to the gods, resignation is the best he can muster. As a matter of fact, the more resigned he is, the more intense the punishment is. But Sisyphus rejects this entire construction of the situation. He rebels against the gods' assertions that his task must be meaningless and that his only response is despair. He accepts his task as being inherently meaningless, but he refuses to let it remain so. He refuses to give in to resignation. Sisyphus rejects the god's view of his situation, that his situation is incurably meaningless. Resignation and surrender. Instead, he revolts, and in defiance of all that is, he asserts his own worth and the worth of his task. He lives for the challenge, for the struggle, when there is nothing else. Sisyphus, in his scorn, asserts himself as a being capable of judging, of deciding, of valuing, of creating. Although he rejects the gods and their punishment, he asserts his own dignity and value. At the same time, he chooses to embrace his situation and his task. He gives them value not because they have it inherently or because the gods conferred it, but because he, Sisyphus, willed them to have it. He can't change his situation, but through an act of will, he recreates what it means and what it's worth to him. In a real sense, Sisyphus takes full responsibility for his life. He embraces absurdity by embracing what is and making it his own. Thus, rolling the rock up and down the hill when nothing will come of it doesn't rob him of his life, it actually gives him his life. His rock is, as Camus told us, his thing, and Sisyphus is the one who made it so. Sisyphus asserts the value of his life.